All right, let's go ahead and get this going. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Hawkeye's Drift Garage MetaVR Drift Challenge. My name is Chris Leica, and we are very excited to bring to you the very first VR drifting competition. Today, I have two very special guest judges with me, Mr. Olaf Eriksson and Mr. Formula D driver Andy Hatley. You guys like to say words really quick?
What's up, guys?
Yep. Hello, everyone.
Awesome. So, really quick introduction to M.D.C. is that we are doing this competition to separate from other esports drifting competitions, where this is a VR-only drifting competition. Everybody that is competing today is in VR, on the same playing field, in view, frame of view, and everybody is driving within the same car pack. Thanks to Sujigiri for letting us use their car pack for this competition. And today we are going to be having these 32 competitors compete on Sweden's Drive Center Arena. Thank you to Kaiju for letting us use this track that he helped develop with DCGP, Mr. Olaf Eriksson, whose home track this is. And quickly, we are going to go through the line map of this track with Mr. Olaf Eriksson. Olaf?
So let's see. I can't see the
No
map.
problem. It's going to pull up right now.
I think you're gonna have to do it, Chris, because we're gonna have a delay.
Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and stop it there. Right. Alrighty. So, Drive Center Arena, we're going to have our two drivers starting at the starting line here. There's going to be clip one with a flick to entry, either a clutch kick or handbrake entry while maintaining on throttle, into clip zone 2, which is an inner clip. And then the driver is going to go into clip 3, which is an outer zone, maintaining angle with a hard flick into clip 4, which has a decel zone. From clip 4, there is an inside touch and go zone that the drivers must place their front bumper, front tires in without exceeding the rumble strips too drastically. Into clip 6, which is another outer zone, with a flick into clip 7, which has a slight decel zone, into clip 8, where the drivers will make their final transition into the latter outer zone. Now we'll show a demonstration of how this is going to be done. Olaf, if you stream from Dan's live stream, you can see the run. Break this down.
I think you have to do it because the delay is too much. It's not gonna match.
Yeah, if you watch through Dan's live stream in our judges chat, you can see it in lifetime. Let's go ahead and rerun that one more time, Dan, just for the breakdown through Olaf. Thank you.
Alright, the semaphore lights up and drivers are able to go. The chasing driver doesn't have to start at the same time as the leading driver. He can start before as well. Initiate here into zone 1, and then you're gonna see a slowdown. We call this a caution zone. where you're able to slow down slowly. Going into 4 here is a braking zone where you have to watch the lead. And into 7 here, another big braking zone, into another caution zone. And around the last zone into the finish line.
Thank you, Olaf. Right, so really quickly, Olaf will be our head judge, judging the main criteria between Andy and myself. I will be your lead judge today, and Andy will be your chase judge. We will be commentating together throughout the comp, just so you get an inside view on what the judges are looking at in terms of making decisions for these battles. So it's very exciting. We're just about to get started here with the top 32. We'll have Anders, who is at our starting line with the Steam 4, get our drivers lined up and ready to go. In our first battle, we are going to have Mr. Will Samson versus Oliver Tmore. Sawmore. Pardon my mispronunciation.
That's not an easy one.
Right. So, the judges. Let's see, Anders. We have them ready at the line.
I'll
Right, so we have both of our competitors lined up here now. Getting ready to send them. Judges, are you ready?
Ready?
Okay.
All right, let's go ahead and send them here.
Let's see it, boys.
I'm sending.
Somebody gonna do a Jared Deanne to send it?
Wolf's out in the lead with a hard initiation. Slight braking. There's a gap separation already. Will hits that inside clip very nicely. Misses outer zone 3. Hits that fourth zone quite nicely. Doesn't quite fill in that inner touch and go. But the gap separation is so drastic that the chase driver has already spun. So we'll have an advantage here
You're
from
gonna
my
do a Jared
point
Deanne
of
to send
view.
Yeah, there was one right off
Out
the
in the
line on
lead
that
with
one.
the
As soon as the
hard
gap was made,
initiation.
it was,
Slight
he was
braking,
struggling
there's
to
a
gain it
gap
back. He went
separation
wide
already.
on interclip
Will hits that
6,
inside
trying to
clip very
gain it
nicely.
back,
Misses
and
outer zone
unfortunately
3.
spun in the final corner.
Hits that
Trying to
fourth
come in a
zone
little hot,
quite
go a little
nicely.
bit on the brakes
Doesn't
probably to
quite
try and close the door.
fill in that inner touch and go. The gap separation is so drastic that the chase driver has already spun.
Yeah, it sucks to lose right off the line like that. But that's why they allow the chase driver to jump the line, so that in that situation, you can get that little jump on them.
Righty. So we are gonna get them lined up for the second half of this battle. Olaf, are you guys ready?
Everyone ready?
Ready?
We're ready. Anders, go ahead and send them when you are ready. Lead car. Nice initiation. Oh, Will washes out slightly. Hitting zones More nicely. Very good lead line so far.
Yeah, solid
All
lead,
right.
but unfortunate. Yeah, Will's got it. Yeah, the white card. Yeah.
Yeah,
So let me hear from the lead
nice
first.
initiation.
Which lead was better?
Oh.
And
Will washes out
any
slightly.
pointers on why?
Definitely Oliver's lead run I thought was better. Very good lead line so far. Pace he zeroed out for me, but Will had some minor corrections here and there. He definitely established a gap off the line, which caused Oliver to play catch up. So in my view, Will gets the win, but by margin due to Oliver's major mistakes.
So, but lead for lead, we will actually say that Oliver had the better lead.
Oliver did have the better lead. Yes, Oliver did have the better lead.
And for Chase?
Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious that Will had the better chase on that one. Yeah, unfortunately, that getting ditched off the line right there, he just couldn't make up the space in between there, and yeah, Will's got the win. He had a pretty good lead run there and a pretty darn good chase. So, congrats to him. Moving on.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
So, yeah, that's our final call.
So Will Samson gets the win.
I want to talk to Samson.
That might be before some of these people's generation. I think Andy, they might know what nice initiation was doing way before then. Oh, Will washes out slightly. Hitting zones more nicely. Very good lead line so far. Please send them when you are ready. Oh, Bronte has some wavering, which is definitely throwing Sean off here. A lot of corrections going on here from the lead driver. Oh, there's contact, but it's definitely not an easy run to chase here.
No.
Alright. Well, from my perspective, on this lead to chase, the lead run was very twitchy throughout the entirety of the run, which is, in my view, caused some mistakes going on here. A lot of corrections going on here.
Yeah,
from the lead
same.
driver.
It seemed that the chase driver made a few independent mistakes, but the majority of them was because the lead driver not filling zones and sort of looked like he was lifting off throttle and taking angle out of the car where he shouldn't have.
I agree. And Olaf, any comments?
I'd rather see the whole battle before.
Okay. Alrighty. I'm ready to see the next half. Anders, if you're ready, please send them. Alright, Sean is out in the lead this time. Nice flick into clip 1. Hits that the inner clip. Goes zone 3.
Whoa.
Oh, that is a decel zone, so contact was made there. Sean's going to continue throughout the rest of the run and put down a pretty solid lead.
Alright, so again, I want to hear lead for lead. Who do you think is the better one?
Lead for lead, Sean. Bronte had a lot of corrections, very twitchy throughout his entirety of the run, which I feel made it very difficult for a chase driver to chase, and it was not the proper line to be on either. So Sean gets the better of the leads.
And in chase?
Same. Sean definitely had the better chase and the better lead as well. Yeah, it seems like drawing a blank. What was the other guy's car name again? What's that?
Bronte.
Yeah, his car just seemed like it was a little over gripped in the lead and in the chase. He was these guys are running into each other right there.
I think they're bro bumping here.
Yeah, that was funny. Yeah, it seemed like that car was just gripping up on him, lead and chase. After he initiated in going from outer zone 1 to inner clip 1, the car it looked like he was full throttle, and the car just was wanting to grip up on him, both in the lead and in the chase. So it seems like he needs to take some grip out of that car to make it a little more manageable. Yeah, Sean had a very good chase, just made a few mistakes. That seemed like, I'd have to watch it again to be sure, but it didn't seem like there was many independent mistakes that he made in the chase. All of them seemed to be from the lead car kind of making mistakes on its own.
Yeah, I agree with Sean. Actually, he's backing off and taking his space to do a good chase on an uncertain lead. Something I want to point out as well, why I think Sean had a big advantage was in the starting, down the starting straight. There was a lot of Rukas, and already there it weighed heavily towards Sean.
Agree. So let's go ahead and give it a call.
Yep. It's going to be Sean.
Sean gets the win. Congrats, Sean. You'll be moving on to the top 16. All right. Next up, we have Dylan Robbins versus Brendan Stacy. Dylan Robbins, I drive with quite often here late at night. He is a very good tandem driver. I'm not familiar with Brendan Stacy here, but see what he can do against Dylan.
Dylan's a ripper. I'm going to hold him to high standards.
Yep, I'm definitely holding him to some high standards here too. Dylan is under some pressure. All right, Anders, please send him when you are. Dylan with a nice flick in. Tucked inside, hits that inner zone very nicely. Fills outer zone 3. Good into outer zone 4. Hits the touch and go very nicely. Outer zone 5. Fills outer zone 6 or 7. I'm sorry. And into 7. 8. A very nice lead from Dylan. Chase had some wavering, but I think Dylan did what he needed to do to give a good chase run.
Yeah, definitely some compromises there from the chase car, but he cleaned it up towards the end of the lap there, and through outer zone 7 and outer zone 8, he got Dylan there pretty good. But yeah, he definitely was struggling in the first section of the track.
Smart thinking there, Olaf. All right, so now we're going to switch them up, and we're going to have Brendan Stacy in the lead and Dylan Robbins giving chase. Anders, let's send him.
Dylan not giving him any room. Little bump there. Didn't look like it affected anybody.
Well, Brendan is still on a good line. He's filling the zones. Oh, there's a little bit of a spring there. Oh, Dylan flies off the track.
My God.
What happened there? Okay, and Brendan continues on. We're going to have to go back and watch the replay on this. Oh! You're seeing a little bit of washing out there from Brendan. Let's see what's going on here. Watching this replay. Up a little bobble in the lead. Big straighten going into outer zone 3.
Yeah.
I think that's what may have caused Dylan
Can we watch that again?
It's going to run another replay here for us as well.
Yeah, the transition was a little suspect. It's hard to say. It looks like Dylan wanted to transition and get in on the door, and there just wasn't enough angle out of the lead car for him to do that. But it's hard to tell.
All right. So
one more time.
I think let's hear lead for lead, and then chase for chase.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna have to see the replay one more time on this one.
I just want to see if he got into outer zone. Let's see here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it looks like there was contact there. It looks like the lead car wasn't gonna make that outer zone, and Dylan kind of pushed him in there. And it's a hard one to say. I'm gonna put that on the lead driver's fault.
But we're gonna split this. So who has the better lead?
Dylan has the better lead. He had very minimal corrections throughout his run. He was very smooth and consistent, filling in all the zones. I didn't really see any errors, in particularly in his part. In Brendan's lead run, he definitely had a couple of straight-ins, which I will leave to the chase driver to determine whether or not he thinks that it was the chase driver's fault for those straight-ins or not. But from my view, when he went into outer zone 8, he dropped 2 tires, and yeah, it was a little bit of a few corrections from my view.
All right. So chase for chase.
Chase for chase. If you're not looking at the incident right there that we're talking about, sorry, I forget the other guy's name already again.
Brendan.
Brendan had the better chase because of the incident. But I mean, if you're looking at directly at the incident, I do believe that was caused by the lead driver. If you watch him come into here and you see the transition, he's almost at 0 angle. Dylan bumps him into the zone, and he's still not fully in the zone. He's still only about halfway into the zone, even with the momentum that Dylan gave him with the hit. So I'm gonna fault that on the lead driver. It'd be nice to have some more replays and better views and stuff like that. But yeah, it looks like Dylan just tried to really close the door right there, and because of the lack of angle and him not going wide enough with his line, there just wasn't room for it. I'd personally like to see one more time. I want to see a definitive winner and not something like that cause the win or cause the loss. So I'd like to see him go one more time. I want to see these boys drive hard and do good. So personally, that's my call.
All right. So up until this point, the lead was definitely way better from Dylan. But I think we're gonna run this one more time out of fairness, because that's our competition. This is a fair competition. I think this is caused by lag, and in that case, it would be Polaris' fault, because it is the cause of the lag. But we're gonna run this one more time.
Okay, let's go ahead and get them lined back up since we are running a one more time this battle.
Wait, we don't got to give him time to change tires?
That's the best part about the sim world. You just hit a button and everything is brand new. We don't have to deal with the real life world problems of having to change your tires, spend money on tires, fixing your car from little bumps here and there. But yeah, let's get them back lined up really quickly and see this battle go one more time. Right. Anders, when you are ready to send them, please send them. Dylan gets a nice jump on the lead. Gets working to initiation. Oh, and Brendan over-rotates Dylan is hitting the clips so far nicely, going in that zone. Hits a touch and goes nicely. Looks like Dylan is going to have a huge advantage going into the second half of the battle.
Mm-hmm. Excellently lapped from Dylan on that one.
Since it's very unfortunate to see what happened to Brendan on that chase. Not really sure what happened there, but definitely it looked like he may have overcooked it, trying to catch up to Dylan off that line. Right. Did it looks like Brendan might have reset it back to pits.
There
And
he
if
goes.
he did, in our rules we have the drivers are not supposed to return to pits because basically he has a fresh pair of tires. That is a 0.
Just a
Should we
quick
allow?
thing.
I mean, if they want to keep going, you can allow Dylan to reset if he's okay with that.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that.
Anders, please go ahead and fill us in.
He hit the back to pits button.
Yeah, no, we see that. In the driver, I hate to do this, and it's unfortunate, but I want to be fair to everybody. It was definitely made clear that the drivers are not to return to pits until after their second half. Anders, ask Dylan if he wants to have a fair, straight-up battle and get some fresh tires.
I will.
And we'll wait for his decision.
In the meantime, this stream is brought to you by Hawkeye's Drift.
Fantastic.
Thank you for filling in that nice little pun there.
No problem. I can play the banjo too if you want.
Oh, definitely. I haven't heard you play that thing in a while.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
Banjo background music here.
All right, it looks like Dylan has agreed to go ahead and run the second half of the battle by getting some fresh tires, which is very sportsmanlike. Thank you, Dylan, for making that call. Judges, are you guys ready to start the second half of the battle?
Let's do it.
All right, Anders, go ahead and send them, please. Wavering down. A little bit related.
Is that lag?
Yes.
I think it is lag.
But
so just for the viewers that are, we do have it stated in the rules that if there is lag issues, which generally causes issues to that driver's runs, it is deemed fault on that driver who is having lag issues. Now, seeing as Brendan just spun out at the end of the course and Dylan was already at an advantage in the lead, from my perspective, Dylan gets the win in this. Andy?
Yep. Dylan gets the win.
It's the final decision.
Okay, Dylan gets the win and is moving on to the top 16.
Congratulations.
Unfortunately, battles go down like that due to some lag issues, but sim drifting, sim racing is not perfect due to those little minor issues, but it is close to the real world thing, which we are trying to achieve here. Having this all VR only competition, the MetaVR Drift Challenge. Next up, we got Michael Veras versus Roland Ruha. Michael will be leading first. I'm ready to send these guys. Anders, send him when ready, please. Is there an issue going on at the start line?
Yes.
Semaphore not working for that driver?
They're letting the photographers run across the track.
Anders, feel free to let us in on what's going on down there, the starting line.
None of them can see the semaphore.
Michael cannot see the semaphore, or Roland cannot see the semaphore.
Both.
Both
So
cannot see.
I'll do a verbal countdown.
Yes.
Right, let's go ahead and get that going then. Any day now. Here we go. All right, Michael Veros out in the lead. Good initiation. Jeez. Filling in inner clip 1. Oh, and there's big contact there, sending Michael into the abyss.
That's a little more than a boop.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, let's restart it.
You've heard it from our production man.
This connect shouldn't usually be something it's not connecting, but I'll restart it.
That was a great
Well,
crash, though.
Yeah, that definitely was entertaining to see
Yeah.
that type of crash go down in this competition. But
It's a really strong
as you heard
car.
it from our production crew, he did notice a disconnection on the server. So, Michael Veros, Roland, it is your lucky day. You guys get to rerun that battle.
Hit him again.
Alrighty. 1 second. Anders, please hold them at the line. In the meantime, Andy, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. How you doing?
I'm
just
doing
quick,
pretty well.
Dan, can you let me know when you're fully loaded in? Sorry, guys.
Thank you.
Yep.
You know, just really like to point out here that this is our first sim drifting competition. We are doing the production ourselves. We have no idea what we are doing, and we are trying to wing it as best as we can. But in general, hindsight, this is an exhibition trial for this type of competition, and please bear with us if there are any issues going on that we are all learning during this. But in the meantime, we have Mr. Andy Hatley here, Formula D driver, who is giving us some insight into both. All right, Dan is good. We'll touch base with you again in a few minutes, Andy, if that's okay.
Yep.
All right, let's go ahead and get this battle going. Michael Veros versus Roland Ruha. Anders, go ahead and send them, please. Initiation from Michael Veros. About a car and a half length away is Roland in the chase. Some corrections going on behind there. Oh, big strain by Roland. Michael is still pulling down a solid, consistent lead. Oh, and there's contact once again. That's unfortunate. Do not reset to pits. Please drive back to the starting line so we can get the second half of the battle going. But from my point of view, it looks like Roland may have been having some lag issues on his own and trying to play catch up at the same time. Michael looked like he was putting down a pretty good lead, and it looked like, from my point of view, that Roland was just trying to catch up at some point.
Yeah, did he have 2 off in the dirt right there before the hit at the end on the last zone?
Let's see that again.
He may have. That may have been the cause of the final hit, but I mean, he still went full straight before that, so I mean, he's zeroed out.
Well, if that's the case, if he drops 3, that's generally a
yeah, I mean, he dropped 2. I believe that's just why he hit him. I think why, because there's 2 right there.
Oh yeah, he did hit 2.
The car may have slowed up quite a bit once the 2 tires went off. As he was trying to close the door like that, it was just a recipe for disaster. But before that, he had already straightened up. So,
Yeah, in my point of view, it's hard to say whether or not he was going to be able to save that dirt drop or not. But because Roland strained out prior to it and was really trying to catch up, he put it on his door and caused a spin out. So it's really hard from my point of view. Olaf will determine after the second half of the battle his thoughts. Let's go ahead and send them. Anders?
Send it.
Send it. There's a bit of a gap going on here. Not too drastic, but definitely leaving him some space. Is Michael. Roland is filling in the zones correctly. Doing that nicely. Very smooth through that zone. Big angle going into that transition, which I think caused the contact.
I think I'm gonna have to raise my voice right here. I think the first two contacts here, or the first straightening, first of all, was caused by Michael because of excessive slowdown.
Okay.
And that's why he straightened up. The second contact was also caused by Michael for going off track, and when you touch outside of the track, you slow down.
Mm-hmm.
So I would deem both as Michael's fault. The second one was, of course, Roland's fault. So this is gonna be a one more time in my book. Do you guys agree with that?
I agree with it. Let's go ahead and send them one more time. Let's get them lined up again. Some fresh tires. Let's see a straight up battle. Hopefully no more issues going on between that, and let's get them going.
Think they're going to hit each other again?
Yes.
I hope so.
Action.
Oh, there's definitely some action going on right now.
Yeah.
Gotta love that international internet.
Yes.
All right, let's go ahead and send them. Michael Veros in the lead again. Roland Ruha in a one more time battle. Let's send it. Oh, there's some flag issues going on here, big time on Michael's.
On restart.
Yeah, let's get a restart going there.
What just happened? We might have to call it because of the lag. This is a laggy battle we got going on here.
Yeah, lag is deemed at fault for the driver that it is happening to, and if it happens one more time on this straight, we are going to deem Michael at fault for this.
Yes.
Gotta wait for the satellites to get in the perfect position,
Alright, let's go ahead and send them. Alright, Michael's able to keep it on the track this time. Let's see. Get initiation so far. Rolling closing in the gap. There's a little bit of lag right there on that transition. He's filling in that zone completely. Roland looked like he just cut inside too much. I'm not expecting it, but there's definitely a battle of lags.
Yeah.
Yes.
Both of them are lagging, it looks like.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Definitely. Alright, let's see who is the better lagger. Right.
Yes.
Well, from my perspective, lead run wasn't terribly bad considering the lag amount going on there. Andy, if you want to talk about the chase or just see the second half, we can just move right on.
Chase was pretty close to what we saw in the first one, minus the hit at the end. He had a full straight after zone. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, going from zone 3 to 4.
Into the touch and go. Yeah. It seemed like he may not have the right gearing, and maybe he's bogging out from my point of view, and that's causing him to check up and causing that big strain. But let's see the second half battle.
Yeah, and I'm not seeing a huge slowdown from the lead there, so I'm not, faulting the lead yet. But
all right, so Roland in the lead this time. There's a big gap separation going on. He is on the outside line into inner clip 1. Narrowly filling in outer zone 3 into 4. Straining into the touch and go area. It definitely looks like he is trying to drive away from Michael Harris.
Alright, so quickly, we can shorten it up a little bit. Lead for lead? What do you think?
Lead, Michael.
Michael, because of the straightening.
The straining, there's a lot of corrections that Roland was putting down, and it looked like he was taking a shallower angle line and more so driving through the course versus Michael, where Michael was hitting the zones as he should, and a smoother lead run.
Okay, chase for chase.
Chase for chase, Michael, even though there was a large gap there, he still filled pretty much every single zone and actually had more angle than the lead car coming into inner clip number 2. Just superior driving there. He just needed to get there in the proximity, but I believe that was decided right at the start when the gap was made.
Yes, I agree with both of you, and Michael gets the win.
Okay, thank you. All right, so Michael gets the win. Moving on to the top 16. Next up, we will have Mr. Emile Leroux and Caleb Daffini.
Group 2.
Just quick note, that was the end of this group, so it's going to take a while to get them in, and also I need like 5 minutes.
Okay, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break.
While everybody loads in.
Yeah. So let's hear a little bit from Andy here.
Oh no.
Yes, we're gonna question you because you're the guy that everyone wants to learn more about, right? And first of all, of course, how did you get into this, like the sim drifting?
The sim drifting, this is where I learned how to drive, basically. I started on Gran Turismo 3 with a controller on a PlayStation 1 or 2, I believe, and learned everything on that as far as braking zones and where to initiate. And I mean, I learned how to drive on that as well. I learned how to drive before to learn how to drift, learn how to race a car around a track and know where to slow down, know where to accelerate, and find the proper racing line and stuff like that. And I learned how to drift on there on a controller and transferred that basically straight to the car, because back then there wasn't any good sim setups. This was back in 2004 when I started drifting. So there was no really good sim setup. So it was basically everything was on controller, but you still learned all the essential timing points and visual cues and line and stuff like that. And as long as you could transfer that from a controller to the wheels and pedals and shifter in a real car, you were fine. Some people could do that, some people couldn't. I found it relatively easy. And then in about 2005 or 2006, that's when Gran Turismo, I believe it was 5 came out, or 4, the one that had the really bad physics that you couldn't drift very well. So that was my first wheel setup, was on that. And it was terrible for drifting, basically. And then got involved with Forza, I'd say around 2006, and had the basic Xbox wheel for that, upgraded to a Fanatec wheel, and drove Forza for years and years and years. And then got a call from Corey Hosford one day, and he said, "Hey, you want your E30 to be in Forza?" And I said, "Okay, that's pretty cool, yeah." So then
that is really cool.
Yeah, it was pretty amazing. I mean, especially coming from driving, Gran Turismo back when I was 13 years old in my parents', house, and idolizing the Celsonic Skyline and the Scuba, the Pikes Peak version of that Suzuki with the crazy wing. There was these iconic cars in the game that you just idolized as a kid. And it was really weird to kind of have my car introduced into a game like that. It was something that still doesn't make sense to me. I still don't think I'm that special. but
definitely living the dream.
Yeah. And then right around I'd say right before the pandemic hit, that's when I started building sim setups for a few friends, and I built a sim setup for a friend of mine, and he gave me a PC for it. We traded, and that's when I started playing Assetto Corsa, and have not looked back since. And I've fully upgraded the PC since then, and just Assetto's kind of where it's at as far as the physics and as far as drivability and variety of cars and the online play and stuff like that is unmatched, you know. So it's definitely the place to be.
So Andy and I actually know each other back in the early Top Drift days.
Right? Yeah, we've known each other for a long time.
Yeah, I probably want to say maybe back in 2008, 2009 era. And we used to actually compete together to try to get our Formula Drift license. And, it's one of those things that takes some commitment and a lot of time into. Actually, I believe, Andy, correct me if I'm wrong, didn't you drive the Pro-Am Red Bull?
Yeah,
Didn't
yeah,
you?
in the seat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember watching you in the 350Z driving, and what an amazing experience that must have been, because that was a one-time event thrown on by Red Bull at the docks in Long Beach, which was a very difficult track. High speed, I want to say what was the entry speed on that?
I put down one good lap there. It was a scary track, man.
Yeah, and I think that was definitely, a pinnacle when drifting starting to get into the mainstream area of getting the spectator base that it is now. But going back to that, what's it like competing in FD these days in Pro Spec and trying to go into the Pro 1 Series? If you could give some of our other drivers and spectators a little quick inside look into that as we get this server set up for the next set of battles.
Yeah. Well, first of all, it's a metric ton of work that you got to do to get all that, to get everything together. As far as you just have to wear a lot of hats as far as being a driver, because if you have a large budget to work with, which I don't, you can hire people to do a lot of things, but you have to be a video editor, you have to drive your rig out, you have to build the car, you have to get everything, all the logistics taken care of to get everybody there on time, your spare parts, all that stuff. It's a lot of stuff to stay on top of. I personally love it. It sort of, keeps my brain doing things and keeps me busy because I have a little ADHD going on. So,
well, who hasn't,
yeah, it's great for someone like that. But it's very difficult. There's a lot of good drivers in the Pro Spec series, even more in Pro, obviously, and that's the goal is to move up to there. The difficulty with the Pro Spec series is the fact that it's only 4 events and it is a points cumulative series. So if you have 1 or 2 bad events, that's half the season basically that is a wash for you. So you really do have to keep the car, in 100% working condition and really do everything you can to be perfect out there every single lap and every single time, because it only takes one small mistake and then like just what happened out in St. Louis. We were 3rd in points going into St. Louis, and I dropped out in the top 16. We moved back to 6th place, I think we're in right now, and that's a big bump just for one small mistake. All I did was drop a tire in the outside zone on entry, and it kind of sent me on a wide line, and I didn't transition on time and just kind of ruined the whole run right off the bat. And it's just one small mistake. That's all it takes, and you go from 3rd place in points to 6th place in points. So it's
definitely competitive drifting in a hindsight of breaking down it into the science of what it takes to compete at a professional level, and the small mistakes that can cost us. But at the end of the day, anything can happen in drifting, like everybody always says, between a mechanical error, driver error, or just freak of nature accidents or whatnot. But let's go ahead and touch back on that a little bit later and check back here with Andrews really quick.
Yeah, we are all ready. We got everything sorted. So if you guys are ready, I will pull up the first set of drivers.
Okay, so Yes, let's go ahead and get Emil and Mr. Caleb up to the line. They will be doing battle. Emil took a choice of the good old Andy's favorite car to drive on the WT circuit, the AE86, but this is the Sujigiri version, which I believe has a SR20 if I'm not mistaken.
Well, that one's nice. I've driven that one a few times.
It is a handful.
We're
Yeah, it is.
we're probably gonna see some engine breakage here, then I guess.
Well, we do have Caleb in a Mustang here, so we might see a Corolla get ran over. But let's go ahead and send them. All right, Anders, when you are ready, let's go ahead, and they are off. Mr. Mill is going in with the lead. Big entry. That Corolla is actually quite fast if you get it dialed in correctly. Barely hits that zone. Braking going in there. Oh, Caleb is washing out right there. Now that was a decel zone, and Emil was allowed to slow there, but Caleb is holding his composure even though there was that slight mistake in the chase. Right. Let's see what's going on here. That little thing is quite fast, but it looks like Emil is doing the job to put it in the zones. Now it is a shorter wheelbase, and so there are some times where it does lack angle because of how short it is. But from my perspective, Emil could have been a little deeper in some of the zones. Let's see. Right here he gets that. Barely fills outer zone 2. That zone, he kind of, I don't know if he beelined it towards it, but we'll have to see the second half of this battle to see.
Let's run the second half and we'll look at that.
All right. Okay, Anders, let's go ahead and send him, please.
Starting off with the stagger, I like it.
Smart move.
Mm-hmm.
We're seeing a lot of Formula D drivers doing that these days, which I think is a very good competitive take on
It's
chasing.
all doing it pretty soon.
Yeah.
Oh, there's contact there. Oh, but they stay in it. Caleb says, I'm not backing down. Oh, and then Emil, oh no. Emil is all over the place. I think he just
I want to see
lost.
that. His rear was jumping around.
He definitely took that Sapphire line, huh, boys?
Yeah.
Definitely.
Younger.
Right. Well, lead to lead, right off the back, I can say that Caleb definitely had the better of the two. He filled in the zones even while being hit, took it in quite nicely. Oh, wow. What is going on? That Corolla is so light it was ready to fly out of this arena.
Alright, so chase for chase.
Caleb.
And I agree. The miss that Caleb did, Emil didn't have the correct line, but he wasn't inconsistent. So that could actually have cost him the victory if this would have gone in a different direction in the second half.
So, all in agreement that Caleb moves on and gets the win.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, Emil. Next time you can be taking some lessons from Mr. Takayona or Mr. Andy here. He give you a good breakdown of role of life. All right.
Yeah, just obviously we saw the what happened in the second battles right there, but in the first, it seemed like Caleb was. He didn't struggle in the chase, but there was a few points where he was struggling. But I believe the lead car just didn't quite fill the zones completely, so it was a little hard for him to do what he had to do. He had to sacrifice outer zone, I think 6 and 7. He didn't even get a tire in, but definitely sort of it was a move that he had to make to kind of gain back that proximity and get him in outer zone 8, because he did a great job in outer zone 8 through the finish of the track.
Yep, I agree.
Got it. Agree. All right, so next up we've got Justin Alexander versus Ronnie. Justin Alexander will be leading, and Ronnie Irwin will be giving chase. Let's go ahead and send the Manders. Can't tell which car.
Oh, yeah. A little too much of a jump from
Yeah.
Ryan.
Oh,
Is that left? Or did he just
That's a driver's error, I think.
he just threw it off?
Justin. Not sure what exactly happened there, but Ronnie is still continuing on. Saying, see ya.
Later, dude.
Later, dude.
Not still with that angle.
Yeah.
Everybody keeps cutting that line a little bit. I want to see someone hold that white line all the way around that final outer. Everybody hits it in the beginning, washes off, and then hits it at the end. You know.
Yeah, it's a little tricky actually to keep it filled in. But definitely, if you take the right line in there, rotating to angle throughout it, it's a lot easier.
Yeah, so that's actually the key to it, to add angle through the middle there, to fill the middle, and then take it out again to not hit the wall. But it is tricky.
Alright, let's move on to the second half of this battle. Ronnie will now take the lead, Justin and Chase. Let's go ahead and send the Manders.
He's got the jump.
Yeah, that was a nice jump
He's
from
got
Ronnie.
the jump.
That is a big gap established already. Wow, he is fast.
He's got angle too. Oh, bye.
Oh, and Justin just washed off the track again. Ronnie just needs to complete this run, and he is good.
Justin's slow in the ground.
Recently,
Awesome run.
I'm safe to say Ronnie gets.
Yes.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
So Ronnie will be moving on to the top 16. Next up, we have Cera versus Matt Foster.
Ronnie looks like a contender there. He could do real well. He's got some good leads there.
Definitely.
Yeah.
He's pretty consistent. I've driven with him in a couple of other sim competitions, and he's definitely got the competitive edge and smooth consistency that usually we want to see drivers have for good battles.
Came in with that confidence.
Yeah, definitely. All right, so next up we got Cera and Matt Foster. Cera will be taking the lead. Chase, Anders, send him. Got a little jump there. That seems like he was able to good initiation. Hitting it inside clip 1, filling outer zone 2. 3. We're hitting touch and go nicely. 5. Yeah, taking a little bit of an inside line and leaving the outside zone a little early and straining up before the line, but looks like he might have made it.
I think both.
Matt was looking real good at the beginning of that run, and then sort of started making some more compromises towards the end to gain proximity. He didn't have a whole lot of proximity at first, but he was filling the zones and matching angle very well through the first section, and then kind of stopped doing that to gain the proximity there for a second, and gained it through the outer zone. But overall, pretty clean laps. I'm interested to see the next battle to see if anybody does a standout, maneuver or makes a mistake to really solidify the win here.
Yeah, Cera did a pretty good job hitting all the zones. So let's see how Matt does in the lead now. And Cera,
yeah, both cars look real good there. It's like watching Skittles out on the track.
So Matt with the good entry, nice on the line.
Over angled it. He's got it.
Proximity's not too far off. doesn't quite fill the zone as good as Cera did.
All right, so
Matt-
let's hear about the lead versus lead here, because this was a quite close battle.
Yeah, I think, in my opinion, Cera had a better lead. He had a better fill in the zones. He went into the zones at the right time with the correct amount of decel if he was decelling into those zones. So Matt had a little bit of sections where he didn't fill as deeply as Cera. So in my opinion, Cera had the better lead.
Yep. Chase versus Chase.
Same here. I'm gonna have to go with Cera on that one. He made less sacrifices in his chase. Did a better job of filling the zones behind the car, behind was it Matt? Yeah, behind Matt, and yeah, just less sacrifices. Didn't really have that large gap that Matt did in the first section of the track, but also mimicked his angle and his speed a little bit better. I want to say Matt actually mimicked angle better and line better through the first section of the track, but he didn't maintain it through the entirety of the track, whereas Cera he didn't do as good in the first section of the track as Matt did, but he maintained it through the rest of the track and did pretty well toward all the way to the finish. So yeah, I'm going to have to give it to Cera.
I'm gonna disagree with Chris first. I actually think Matt did a better lead. It was not that much better though, and it's mainly on the style. If we're talking FD, on the style points where Matt was a lot stronger, I think. But in the chase, it was kind of obvious. Again, the matching angle was really nice to see from Matt, but Cera gets the win.
Yeah, so I think Cera gets the win in hindsight of a couple of little areas not filled in as smoothly in my vision. But that's why there's 3 judges, and that's why we all talk about this and give you drivers an insight of what's going on behind the scenes and what we're thinking. So with that said, Cera gets the win. Congrats, Cera. Sorry, Matt. Next competition, I'm sure you'll take what you learned from this.
Yeah, if Matt was just a little bit more aggressive, right off the bat, and didn't, have to sacrifice those zones to gain that proximity into the last outer zone, I think Matt would have had a really good run there. He was matching angle really well, and the speed was fairly similar. He just didn't get on him right in the beginning.
Yeah, I think what really sealed the deal for me was that the last outer zone, the way that Cera had a better feel in that zone, but in the chase, and I know I'm not judging chase, but the way that Matt was not in the zone along with Cera, kind of showed a competitive edge. Like it's okay if you have like one tire here, but there was a little bit of relief through it. And anyways, let's go. Yeah, let's go ahead and move on to the next battle. We've got Igor Konohov versus Guillermo Cabrera. Send them.
Igor and Guillermo, I like it. Good names.
Guillermo with a very close proximity.
Very tight chase. Very nice matching angle. Both in the box. Guillermo. It's not that zone, but Guillermo does it with him. I think that just caused that mistake.
I definitely agree with you there. I think him missing that zone sent him in a little too early, where it threw Guillermo off, and it caused him to adjust his line to stay with the proximity.
He didn't. Didn't have any more transition.
It's also very difficult to see when you're in VR. This is something that probably wouldn't happen for the roof cam drivers, because you can actually see where you are on the track. Guillermo didn't know where he was. It was in VR, in smoke, hidden view.
I mean, everybody is in VR in cockpit mode with smoke on. That is the separation between and people that run in other drifting comp series where they are allowed to run roof cam. We're trying to be as realistic as possible.
Bunch of nerds with their roof cam.
All right, let's go ahead and send this let's go ahead and send this second half of the battle. Guillermo is going to take lead. Igor can chase. Nice start between the two of them. Very nicely. A little hesitation there from Igor due to the flick from Guillermo. Guillermo fills in that zone nicely. Kind of beelines the angle right there a little bit. I can see look at the angle. Oh, it overshoots into that. Touch and go. Oh, and then there's another correction from Igor there.
All right, so let's run through this a little bit quickly here. So lead for lead.
Lead for lead. I'm going to give Guillermo the advantage.
And chase for chase.
Chase for chase, Guillermo again. His chase was phenomenal up until he got pinched off going into the final outer zone, and then there was just too many mistakes from the Mustang there in the follow.
And I agree with that, and because we're not super picky on the line here, but because it was so far from the line, it had a major impact, and that's what I think caused the crash.
All right, so Guillermo Cabrera gets the win on this one.
Yes.
We are going to start.
Guillermo?
Yes, Guillermo gets the win. All right, so
he just drove into the wall right there. I don't know if I want to give him the win now. You guys see that?
All right. So that concludes the first half of the top 32 bracket. We are going to move on to the second half. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break to swap over those drivers and get them set up to get the second half of the top 32 bracket going. So we will be right back.
Also, wanted to add real quick, if any of the drivers want any information about the decisions, if you want to send me a little video of the run just to refresh it on my DMs, I can answer any questions you guys have. I don't mind at all.
Yeah,
probably. I don't care. They'll bother me anyways. I don't care.
All right, guys. Quick little break here, and we'll be right back.
I just have a quick question of how you want to deal with the situation. So I just posted the drivers list, right? If they don't turn up, is that just on themselves, or do I really need to go around and scream at them? I mean, no, like they're in another channel. I can see them. It's just it gets annoying after a while having to go down and grab people all the goddamn time. But I'll do it then.
Sorry, guys. Why don't you guys fill me in on what was just discussed? Got it. Got it. And Anders, just to give an insight that you were checking the driver streams, making sure that they are proving to you that they are in VR and whatnot, correct? Just to give a little insight to those that are watching. Oh. Seems just lagging sometimes. It's okay. This is our first stream. It's all these little issues sorted. That's why this is an accident. Alright, so let's see who we have on the second bracket over here. Let's see. Anders, go ahead and let us know when you have it. Sandy is back.
Yeah, just waiting for everybody to fully load in.
Okay, and you can go ahead and let them get a couple laps in while we wait.
Nah, make them suffer.
Right? They don't get to do that in real life for
We got to make it extra realistic. They got to go outside and jack up their car and pull the tires off and put them back on and then put it on the ground.
Yeah, on their personal cars outside, their house.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yep.
If they hit a wall, they got to have a friend there to smack them in the side of the head.
Yeah. Yep. And no more partying because you can't afford it. So.
Yeah, extra realism.
Yep.
Here, let's check out some of the chat here on the YouTube. I haven't really looked at any from the stream. Let's see. Olaf is really loud.
Yes, that's because I'm really big.
Great. Let's see. Just like the real Drive Center tracks, 360s off the track. No kidding.
Yeah, so maybe I could tell you a little bit about that. I guess we're lining up now. So.
I think so. I think everybody's still doing practice. Andrew's going to give us a notice when everybody's a bit ready. But yeah, why don't you give us...
Tim had some issues, so he's just loading back and just waiting for him to be fully loaded, and then we're going.
Tim has 1 minute to line up.
He's fully loaded and now. We're going.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Let's see. So the next battle that we have up here is Julian Dumais versus Lauren Henley. Olaf will touch base back on the actual track after we on our next switch between battles on the bracket. Right now we have Julian Dumais versus Lauren Henley. Let's go ahead and get these guys ready to go. Anders, when you're ready to send them, and Dan, you are ready to...
Oh, I already sent them.
Oh. I was way off on my timing there. I have to watch the replay on this one. Sorry, guys.
Need a replay.
Yeah, I think we have to rerun that one. I think that it was too much confusion for everyone. We're sorry about that.
Yeah, sorry, judges weren't ready for that battle to begin. Sorry about that error, guys. We'll get this battle started cleanly on this one and get them going.
I've sent them back. My apologies, guys.
No problem. This happens. You know?
I think we're all a little bit involved in that, so let's go for real this time. Everyone ready?
All right, Julian is going to be in the lead. Lauren Henley in the chase. Anders, send them, please.
See it.
Let's see it. I want to see some door action going on here. All right, Julian with a good entry. Lauren not too far in the chase, but Julian kind of missed that inside zone.
No way there.
Definitely a little wide there, but he does hit the touch and go barely. Fills that outer zone nicely. Lauren is doing a good job on making the adjustments he needs to based on Julian's line.
Yeah, I saw that he picked up quite early that he had to have some caution here, and I think he did that excellently.
Yeah, I agree with that. Let's see the second half of the battle. Andy, you see anything that stuck out on your?
Not really. There was just a couple sacrifices he made in the chase there, and just what I mean. He was there the entire time, but I didn't see anything that stood out as phenomenal chasing. But yeah, we'll see what happens here in the.
I'm
1
having
second,
problems.
guys. One of our judges was accidentally disconnected from the server. We are getting him back on right now, and we will start the second half of this battle.
Well, why haven't you deleted the AI line? I was like, you problem, mate. No, I'll point it out to them. Don't worry. Olaf, let me know when you're fully loaded in and ready.
Yes, 1 second. I'm just gonna find the right camera angle. We're watching this from above, in the judging booth. All right, I'm ready.
All right, let's go ahead and send the second half of the battle. Lauren Henley will be giving the lead, and Julian the chase. Was there? Let's get a restart there. I don't know what happened.
Right there on the run up.
I didn't see any cone hits though.
But he braked on the run up. He hit the brakes on the
driver.
Yeah, restart, like I said.
I am.
Well, I mean, do we call that as a restart, or do we say, he was playing games and that's what happened? Because I don't know what happened right there. He definitely braked. I saw the brake lights come on.
Yeah, I saw it too. Let's see. I mean, we can take a look at the replay really quick and see what happened right there.
We could just see the replay.
I don't know if he was waiting for him, gentleman style, or just there's a little bit of confusion going on there. Let's see that replay. All right. Okay, let's go ahead and restart that second half of that battle then. Judges, you guys okay with that?
Yes.
All right, Anders. Let's go ahead and send them. What is going on right there?
Brake lights.
He did it again.
Yeah, you can't do that.
No.
Okay, let's just carry on watching the rest of this battle.
Yeah.
A lot of left-up braking going on there, but he is filling the zones. He did that thing that Andy doesn't like.
So we can conclude that you're not allowed to sandbag. It's gonna be a straight acceleration from start to.
I definitely agree on that. That was I don't know if he intentionally did that, but it definitely looked like it from our point of view. In my view, so he's definitely going to get dinged on that. So Julian's lead was, pretty good. I'm definitely going to give Julian the advantage here.
Yes.
Julian gets my vote.
Yeah, same here. I can't give the advantage with the weird stuff on run up like that. I would constitute that as basically a 0, essentially. You can't be braking before the run up, and I mean, and once is blame I don't know whose mistake it was, and maybe there's something going on, but twice in a row like that's kind of seals the deal.
All right,
Yes.
so Julian gets to move on to the top 16. Sorry, Lauren, we don't know exactly what was going on there, but fortunately you can't do that. We definitely saw some brake lights going on right after the beginning of the straight, and we don't know if you were trying to maintain grip or whatnot, but it definitely caused some issues that we were seeing, and so we are giving you at fault for that, and Julian gets the win. So next up we have Rocky.
Yes.
Okay. So gonna have to get a reload in here really quick. Dan is just getting things set up. Anders, do not send them. Please hold them at the line.
I got you.
Great. Yeah, reminiscent of some FD driving type thing going on there. Not to say that Lauren intentionally did it, but it definitely brought memories from a certain cowboy that I've seen do things kind of little shady like that, wouldn't you say?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Sorry. And we're good to go? All right, let's go ahead and send this next battle. Rocky Burns versus Larry Ushwa. Rocky will be in the lead. Larry chase. Rocky in my favorite car out of this car pack with the CJZ power. Good initiation. Larry is quite inside, and there is a big gap established already. Rocky overshooting that inside touch and go, missing that outer zone, throws his line off, but it seems like Larry was already off on a bad chase line to begin with, very inside. This run is very scrappy all together, in my opinion.
We're gonna have to see the second half here to see.
I agree. Rocky had a big mistake coming out of outer zone 3 into the touch and go area where he washed out and overshot it quite a bit, and it disrupted his line quite drastically. But
he did though keep constant momentum, so that's an advantage when you end up in a situation like that.
Yeah. Yes, I definitely agree. Larry did have some corrections going down there in the chase, but we'll leave that to our chase judge to determine his views on that. All right, let's go ahead and send him for the second half of this battle. Larry's going to take the lead. Rocky can chase now. Good start. Good initiation from the 2. Larry kind of going a little bit out of the outside to the inside zone there. Oh, there's contact right there. Now that is a decel zone. Was that excessive decel from the lead driver? I'm going to have to take a look at it again. But it is definitely a decel zone that the chase driver needs to be aware of. Let's see here. Oh, there's a bit of a bubble there. Good lead.
No.
No,
I think
he
got the line too much. It looked like Larry was just kind of going wide with some big angle. It looked like he was going to wrap it around to the clip pretty good.
I agree. I think Rocky might have been a little bit overly aggressive and wasn't expecting to be.
Yes, I was just about to say that.
Yeah, I did see the wheel drop, but is that enough of a reason for the contact? In my view, one wheel off. Hold on.
Yeah, I actually think it is because it slows down the car so much. I think that was a little bit of excessive in the drop there.
Okay, so all three judges were in different agreements. So let's, for my view, there were some mistakes from Rocky in the lead where he overshot that outside zone. The major error that I saw from Larry here is that he dropped the tire and then contact was made. It is a decel zone in my view, and so the chase driver should have been aware, regardless of that, to be cautious in that area. So, in my view, I would say Larry has the advantage. Andy?
All right, Andy.
Yeah, I'm gonna say the same. I'm gonna say either Larry has the advantage or one more time would be my decision here. I'd like to see a definitive reason. It's hard. It's a little hard to tell on that one if it was the tire drop or if it was the SC just not decelling.
Then what about the previous chase run?
Previous chase was decent. Again, there was just nothing that stood out as far as something that would be a substantial win or loss scenario. It wasn't the best chase, but it looked like this was leading up to be a decision going for the SC300 if everything would have been held together, in this lap. Yes. So that's the reason why I'd really like to see it one more time.
Okay, so we have a one more time, and then Olaf.
I think I'm actually gonna agree with you on this. Looking at it several times here, I feel like the SC is keeping the momentum too high into the corner there as well.
Okay,
so I feel like it would have gone wide anyhow, and it would have been worse probably without the drop.
So are you saying that, in your opinion, Rocky gets the win? I mean, Rocky,
Larry
was at fault.
Yeah,
Larry gets the win. Rocky was at fault for the collision, which gives Larry the win on that one.
Yeah,
I agree. That SC300 is really fast, and if you are not on the right braking zone behind the chase driver, it will suck up onto their door quite aggressively, very quickly. Not to mention that nose is very long on that car, so there is definitely some things to watch out for when driving that car, in my personal view, because that is my favorite car to drive. But Larry gets the win. Sorry, Rocky. But we're going to move on now to Brendan Beck versus Tim Sear. Tim Sear is a Canadian driver who is a real-life driver, my understanding. And Brendan Beck, I'm not sure if he drives in real life. Let me take a look really quickly. But I have competed with Brandon a few times in a few different competitions, and he's quite consistent and a good sim driver. Let's go ahead and get these two lined up and ready to go.
Do we have Brandon Beck here on the server?
Uh-oh. More technical errors. Hey, Anders, what's going on?
There's issues. I'll let them know they have 1 minute.
Which driver's having issues? Tim Sear?
Yeah.
Okay. 1 minute starting. Is Brandon not in the server?
Yeah, Brandon is saying he cannot load the server, and Tim didn't have his settings loaded.
Okay, well, they both have 1 minute to pull up to the line. If neither of them are at the line within 1 minute, they are forfeiting their battles, and we are going to move on to the next one. So right now it is 12.
On to the next and give them a minute, possibly.
Olaf, what do you think?
Another minute to join up, or?
I'm saying we could just run the next battle right now and just give them a minute, just so there's no downtime.
I think the next one is
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
top 16?
we have one more. Yeah,
Okay.
we'll run that one, and if they
Well,
can't join,
here's the problem. If they're trying to join the server right now, just for you folks out there,
Oh,
if
yeah.
they're trying to join the server right now, they would potentially cause lag issues for the drivers that are going out into the track, and I don't want them to interrupt the next battle's runs due to that issue. So, a minute has passed, and neither of them are at the line, and I hate to
No,
do this.
Tim's at the line.
Tim is at the line, but Brandon is not at the line. So
Yeah.
I hate to say this, Brandon. Unfortunately, you're not at the line. Tim, if Tim can complete a buy run without any issues, he's going to move on.
Okay, I'll let.
Sorry, these are just part of the rules that we haven't enabled for the competition. It sucks to see things like this go down, but everybody was logged onto the server at the correct time, and there is statements mentioned in there that if there are lag issues or connection issues, drivers have X amount of time to get back onto the server. Hold on one second, Anders, before you send him. I'm just reading over something. Has Brandon entered into the server yet?
No.
He's still not able to get into it. Okay, so moving on. Tim looks like he's putting down a solid lap here. Right. All right, so Tim, Sear will be moving on to the top 16. Sorry that you were having some connection issues or whatever internet issues you have going on here, Brandon. Unfortunately, this stuff happens, but have to move on to the next battle. Next up, we have Nate Novikov versus Jackson Lay. Nate Novikov will be taking the lead in this battle, and Jackson Lay in chase. Guys, what are you guys' thoughts on that type of issue that tends to happen on the sim world? We all know that the sim world is not perfect in terms of reality, but we definitely feel that there is some on this end from when Dan and I established the production, the rules, and everything for this competition, that X amount of time is allowable for the drivers. And it seems that Brandon still isn't on the server, wasn't able to get on the server at the time frame that he was given. Any thoughts on that?
I mean, it's not realistic until someone gets a buy run, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, welding.
I mean, in real life,
yeah,
like it happens in, let's say, FD competition, right? The driver doesn't show up to the line, they call 5 minutes, whatever. They don't show up to the line within their 5 minutes, they can't battle. Here in the sim world, they don't need 5 minutes to fix their car. They need X amount of time to actually, sign in and be ready to go as a driver now. Yep. I think 5 minutes is quite excessive, but anyways, let's go ahead and move on. Nate Novikov versus Jackson Lay. Nate Novikov is going to lead. Let's go ahead and send them. Anders. Whoa, big straighten there. Jackson Lay doing what he can do in the chase to put down a solid chase run. There are many corrections going on with lead driver Nate up here, and Nate sends it off the track and this rips Jackson Lay's line quite a bit, but overall, I think there were just too many errors from Nate Novikov there.
Yeah, this is where we talked a lot about being consistent and stable in the lead, that being the priority and the line being the second priority. and this was for me quite a big failure on the stability of the lead.
I definitely agree with that. I think Jackson actually. I know I'm not the chase judge, but I think he did a pretty good job at compromising what he needed to compromise to stay in the chase without straightening out due to Nate Novikov's errors that he was making. But anyways, let's go ahead and send the second half of this battle here. This time Jackson late.
Holding it together back there.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Jackson lane with the initial 8-10. Big rate to angle. A little bit left for braking there from Jackson, but he's maintaining his momentum. It's not disrupting much his car too much. Another straighten from Nate in the chase. Jackson is doing what he needs to do. Just needs to get through the end of this zone, and we have a finish there.
This is a little bit interesting. So lead for lead.
Lead for lead, I'm definitely giving it to Jackson. I mean, there was some corrections that I know based off of your judging criteria that he made, but I think based on Nate's errors that he made in his lead heavily outweigh against Jackson's.
I agree, and chase for chase.
Oh, sorry, I had to sneeze there. Giving it to Jackson for sure. Chase was on point, and sorry, what was the other driver's name?
Nate.
Nate. Nate straightened up in the chase when he was following. So it was pretty much zeroed out right there on his chase. So yeah, Jackson.
Yep, and we have Jackson as the winner here. I want to say though that you could see that in the chase here, except for straightening, I actually think the other chase was better. Nate here. If we don't look at the straightening there, but because of the lead run being so much worse, you can't really compare the chases.
Yeah, I don't think Michael had an opportunity to really put down a good chase run with the lead that he was given. So I agree. I don't know why there was not not an excellent chase that we saw there.
Heavily agree with that comment there, Andy. You definitely need a solid lead for a solid chase, and unfortunately, that just didn't pan out in that battle. So we are going to get the next batch of drivers in for the bottom bracket of the top 32 and get things moving along here. Drivers, if you are watching and listening to this, Joe Redman, Lucas Bruseno, Jeremy Baptiste, Stephen Hatcher, Justin Brier, Ryan Cider, Ursel Jupik, and Jimmy Gelato. To log into the server now, please. Want to keep things moving on here. keep a good, consistent flow of the competition going, and stay fresh on our toes, right, guys?
Yep.
Yeehaw.
Good. And then after this, we'll need an updated bracket. We'll take a quick another few minutes to get the top 16 ready to go, and it's been interesting so far, to say. What do you guys think?
I'm gonna mess with this.
I think it shows that the drivers got this track 2 hours before battles. It's not an easy track.
Yes,
we see quite a lot of errors. Yeah,
that is definitely a good point. In real world competition, drivers generally have a day of practice the day before, and maybe an hour of practice before the comp. Now, with that said, we released track this morning at 8 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time, and drivers had 2 hours to practice before the comp and get their car set up, ready for it, which ideally I think is somewhat more in terms of the realistic time frame to get prepped for a competition.
Yeah.
Andy, you might have a little bit more insight on this, but from my personal experience in drifting in the real world, and what we're trying to do here in this competition as a more immersive simulation to real life competition, I think that kind of balances out between real world and the Sims world.
Yeah, it balances out until when the car doesn't work. That's when it doesn't balance out. You're not really bringing that factor into it because there's plenty of times, especially with the E30 when I was driving that car and it was braking all the time, where we just didn't get any practice. We go out to qualifying with a half a lap of maybe a crappy practice lap that I did for the first lap, then the car broke, and then we're going right into qualifying. Sometimes in conditions that you've never driven in, sometimes on a track that you've never driven in the rain before, or on a new track that you've never driven before, and somehow you gotta make it work. So I think that the allotted time that you're giving right now is plenty. You're definitely going to get more laps than when you would in Formula Drift. I mean, typically we're getting usually 15 practice laps tops, I'd say, and then our final practice session before top 16 is limited to 4 laps per driver. So there's really not a whole lot of practice to get, and you really got to lay it down when the time comes. So it's definitely challenging, and I think you're on the right track with sort of releasing the track day of. Kind of puts everybody on a level playing field. And allows everybody to drive accordingly.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I was actually at this venue when they had Drift Masters. I was spotting for Adam Zalewski, and I think we got 6 laps. I also want to say that James Dean is someone who's never off the track. He was off the track 3 times in practice, so everyone was struggling really, really hard on this track. Adam got I think he got 6 laps, broken shocks and broken main shaft between the gearbox and the differential. So second practice he didn't get to practice at all.
So definitely, this is a prime example of the difference between in real life to the time given to get some practice in on the sim. There's definitely a lot of a difference in that going on, but while we're trying to keep the two as consistently as possible, and I just got knocked out of the server, which is okay. I'll just continue watching from your stream, Olaf. That's fine for me. It definitely shows how quickly these sim drivers can adapt to a track with the time that they're given. Not to mention, it separates those who you can see still are struggling a bit here on the sim. But Anders, we'll come back to this a little bit later, but Anders, just check in with you to see if we have all the drivers loaded up on the servers and which driver is that? Joe, I know Joe was in the opposite chat. Is he not?
We all ready now. If you guys are.
Okay, so everybody's inside the.
Yeah.
Inside the
everybody's stream. Inside. Everybody's streaming. I checked everybody. We all golden.
All right, great. Let's get Joe Redman versus Luke Breno up to the line. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your last names here and there.
Actually, I misspoke on that one because Joe's not here.
Joe is still not there.
No, I can't either, and I'm not gonna go looking for him already.
Hold on. Joe has 1 minute to get to the line. I want to give everybody the same.
But I was about to say I get that, Chris, but I also did tag him 6 minutes ago.
Okay. All right.
1 minute's up.
Perfectly fine. All right. Let's go ahead and send Lucas for his buy run then. Sorry, Joe. We don't know where you are, but we got to keep the show going. And unfortunately, you are nowhere to be found at this time, and we're going to have to move on. So go ahead and send Lucas for his buy run. Let's see Lucas here. Big clutch entry, some left foot braking on the right line, but a little unstable in a sense. Heavy left foot braking into that avenue there. Looks that zone nice here. And this is that last outside zone. Doesn't fill it completely. He gets a bye run, so
It's excellent as the bye run. He has to go from start to finish. 100.
All right, Lucas, you win.
Yeah,
you win. You win that bye run there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Byron did a good enough run to beat him there. So
I
Sorry,
mean,
Byron.
Joe, you were there in spirit, but unfortunately, Lucas gets the win.
Who's up next?
Next up, we have Jeremy Baptista and Stephen Hatcher. Now, I'm not familiar with Jeremy. Stephen Hatcher I am familiar with. I believe he was actually a VDC champion back in 2017 or 2018, if I'm not mistaken. If anybody has any insight to that. So you should definitely see some good battles here as long as Jeremy puts down a solid lead. But Anders, let's go ahead and send them. Let's battle here. They're both in the SC300, so this is going to be very good. Both of those cars are massively large. Steven with the pressure and proximity, he does bump Jeremy there, which causes him to straighten out slightly, but we'll have to go back and check that out. Good transition there.
Again to see if that caused him to make his mistake or not.
Steven, overall, not too bad of a run, minus that little contact area there. Now we need to double check that later on in the replay and see if that was caused due to maybe excessive braking or slowdown, but from my view, that was an acceleration symbol, so have to see a different view on that. Let's see here. I think Germany did a pretty good job holding it together, even though we got bumped, but we'll have to go back and watch those. All right, we're going to switch it up. Next up, Stephen Hatcher in lead, Jeremy Baptista in chase. Go ahead and send him. Battle of the boats. It's quite funny because Steven is actually driving on my livery in that car right now in my view. It's quite funny to see someone else driving the car, but I'll give it to him since he putting down a pretty decent lap there.
All right, let's hear lead for lead.
Lead for lead. I think we're going to need to watch that replay again for first half of the battle. I want to see if that contact was due to Stephen Hatcher's being over aggressive, or if it was due to Jeremy's lead slowdown, because I cannot tell based off of just seeing it early on. So if we can go back there, this may take a minute, guys, because this one is a little bit more tricky to judge from my perspective. Whoa, what's that? So judges are going to deliberate on this one and have an answer for you shortly.
I want to see that too. I feel like that's the deciding factor in the battle right now, is that.
So while we're loading that up, so lead for lead, excluding the contact here. What do you think, Chris?
Lead for lead, excluding the contact. I thought, Jeremy had a pretty decent line. But again, like I said, I have to go back and watch it because that contact threw off my view on that run entirely. So I can't really have a say at this time.
So while we're
and I think the same thing for Andy in the chase. If he doesn't mind me saying. For lead,
Yeah,
Stevie
same
in the
basically.
contact,
Yeah, I
but,
would.
you know, Jeremy had
I'd actually give it up for Steven in the
decent
chase minus that
Um,
contact.
but
I
again,
think
like I
Steven
said, I have
had
to
the
go
better
back and
chase leading up to that contact. And
okay, so judges are watching the replay again from our end.
oh, he's got really good angle. He's kind of slowing up a lot there.
Yeah,
Then he
did check.
And he kind of runs away.
Gonna run that again. Let's see.
Yeah, let's see that one more time. Yeah, what's his speed? Is it dropping right there?
When you say one more time, is that replay or do you want me to roll them again?
Replay.
No,
Replay.
replay.
Gotcha.
We're watching the
Screenshot.
replay.
He's pouring on a lot of angle there.
So this is I mean the slowdown is past the caution zone.
Yeah, but if you look at that he didn't make that outer zone 2 really at all, even with the hit, even with the momentum that Steven gave him, he still wasn't carrying enough momentum. He should have a lot more speed right here. The speed should be carrying him all the way out to this zone over here, and it didn't. You see how it carried him out a little early, and then he throttled away from it? So I'm going to say Steven. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to give Jeremy a full for that contact due to the slowdown.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, he really was lacking speed going into that area. You know, he should be filling that with momentum, and he tried to fill it with throttle, and it just didn't even get him out there when he tried to fill it with throttle. So,
all right, and then on the chase.
Yeah, same. No, Steven. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Steven gets the win there.
Yep.
Sorry, Jeremy. There was just a little bit too excessive slowdown after inside clip 1, and we analyzed the runs and we saw a little bit of a error or correction on that part, which we felt that Steven was doing a good job in the proximity and chasing, but because of the slowdown and it just caused that contact. So fortunately, on that aspect, Steven gets the win. But Steven did a great job on his lead as well. So kudos to Steven. All right, next up we got Justin Brier versus Brian Cider. Brian. Anyways, so let's get these two lined up here.
I think the worst thing about commenting is how bad you feel for saying people's name wrong.
I think so. But, everybody pronounces my last name like or Lika, but it's actually pronounced Liku, so...
Yeah,
Liku. Yeah.
Alright, let's go.
Let's go ahead and send him Anders. Jeremy Baptiste, Justin Brier in the lead and Ryan's chase. Good start. Good entry from Justin there. Proximity mimicking is pretty good from the chase driver. Bit of a correction there. The lead driver is definitely right there. Oh, we have contact, and Ryan continues on. Definitely gonna have to see that replay. But
yeah,
for
say it was chase driver's fault, but let's see again here. He definitely missed a zone or two here in the lead.
Yeah, the lead driver right there, he definitely cut the track to hit that inside touch and go. So much smoke right there that it's hard to see.
It didn't look like, because the lead also, he took kind of a little bit of a shooter line past that inner clip 1. But still, I feel like Ryan should have been able to slow the car down there. I mean, it is the slow down zone. He should expect the slow down there. I think he was just trying to close the door when the lead driver was trying to slow down, and it kind of got him.
Right. Let's come back to this. We'll go into the second half of the battle now. Ryan Cider versus Justin Brier. This time
Full send.
Full send. There's a few more contact here. Big entry by Ryan. What? Big angle. Holy. That's what we like to see. Oh, and he holds it all the way out to that outer zone. A little bit of bobbling into that. Out of zone there, but nice in that touch and go area. Filling in these last. Oh, is that a tire drop? He's still in it.
Oh, he's on the line the whole time.
All right, so we already have a winner here, I think. But we can still go lead for lead. I'm curious to hear what you think.
Lead for lead, definitely Ryan on that one.
Yeah, I agree. And then chase for chase.
Chase for chase is going to be the opposite. I think he had enough time to slow down before he hit the lead car there. So
I think we're gonna have to see.
He made the mistake there. We might have to do one more time.
I agree. One more time.
I don't agree. I think the hit was caused by the Cider here, and therefore, I'm sorry about the name. Brier gets the win, I think.
Cool.
Can we? All right. So one more time from Andy. Justin Brier for Olaf, and then one more time for me. So it's going to be one more time battle.
It's gonna be one more time.
So let's go ahead and line them up again, Anders, and resend them. Got him lined up. Justin in the lead. Ryan in the chase again. Send him. I'm a little bit quiet on this one just because I wanted to take in what's going on for this battle. As the first one was very, very interesting. But,
God,
Justin.
he was so good in the lead too.
Yeah, that was
it was a phenomenal lead up into that point.
Yeah, he was hustling.
Like we say, anything can happen, right, in drifting.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get him back up to the line. You know, Ryan was doing a pretty good job in the chase too. You know, nothing too crazy that was separating him from that, from my point of view. But that lead was that lead was pretty on point up until that last outer zone. Where that last outer zone, if you dirt drop there just slightly, it is very unforgiving.
yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and send him. So this time Ryan's going to be leading. And Justin and Chase, nice stagger there going. He knows that Mustang is fast. He does not want to be left behind this time. Good jump on the starting line. Big flick by Ryan again. Oh, look at that angle. Nice on that inside zone. Fills that outer zone. 2 into 3. Nicely. That is a decel zone. That was a big contact that sent him through different dimensions.
Into the grandstands.
Is he on the fence?
Yep.
He was on the fence.
All right. Just based off of that, in my opinion, you know, Ryan was still in the decel zone. I don't think he overly excelled before that contact. I think Justin came in too hot on that one, and you know, with Justin's error on his lead run, I'm gonna say Ryan.
Yeah. I think we all agree on that.
Yeah.
Right,
Same here. There was no lag there, right?
No, I didn't see anything.
Okay.
Ryan Cider gets the win. All right. So moving on to our last battle of the top 32, we have Ursel Jupek versus Jimmy Gelato. I actually drive with Ursel quite often, and he is one to watch out for. So no pressure there, bud. But I'm expecting some big things from you here, so don't let us down. And Jimmy, I haven't really driven with much, but he seems like a very good guy, and wish him the best of luck. Wish both of these drivers the best of luck on this battle. And hoping to see some exciting stuff go down here. Is
Nope.
Jimmy on the server?
Yep.
All right. Okay, it looks like he's pulling up to the line now. All right, so that was an interesting battle. That angle that Ryan was pulling off of that entry, I hadn't seen anybody else do that so far throughout the competition, and it was beautiful in my opinion. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
That was wild.
Definitely wild. Mustang things, I guess. Anyways, let's go ahead and send these two. Ursel, Jupek versus Jimmy Gelato. Ursel in the lead, Jimmy in the chase. Good start. Ursel with a good entry. You must have heard my angle comment because we tried to throw some angle there. Definitely getting away from Jimmy there. Big angle coming into that outer zone. Nicely filled that inner touch and go into the outer zone. Let's see here. Ursel is on a very good line. Good lead. I did not see Jimmy too much in that proximity equation there, but
Nah, he was
overall,
struggling back here. It was a struggle.
I think Ursel had a good from inside clip 1 to the latter part of the track. I think Ursel did a good job. I think he was a little inside on the initiation due to the amount of angle that he flicked, but he ended up holding it together quite well. So now we'll see how Jimmy does in the lead.
I want to see this initiation again because I feel like he might have pulled a gap from the way he initiated. It was on the inside, but he should have caught up by this point.
I definitely agree. I think maybe there was a loss of traction and he was not able to settle the car in to get on Ursel there. I know Ursel likes to drive with no handbrake, no foot brakes. He is pretty much able to slow down the car type of guy, so definitely looked like it showed there. But all right, second half of this battle, Jimmy is going to leave. Ursel is going to chase. Let's go ahead and send him. Left foot braking there going on from Jimmy. Hitting that outside zone, misses that outside zone, barely gets it in the front tire. Fills in that inner touch and go. Ursel is doing a great job at maintaining his distance and mimicking what he needs to do. A little bit of strain going into that last outer zone there, but overall, not a bad chase job from Ursel in my point of view. The lead run from Jimmy was not as, I would not say as on point as Ursel, so in my view, Ursel gets the advantage for the lead.
All right, let's hear Chase.
Same. Ursel just stayed there the entire time during the chase. Didn't make a whole lot of sacrifices. Filled just about every zone with Jimmy there, and just excellent runs. And in Jimmy's chase, I'm pretty sure I saw a full straight going from I guess it's outer zone 6 to 7, I believe it is, or maybe it's just it'd be right before the last outer zone, basically going into that. It did almost a full straight, or I believe it was a full straight, trying to gain proximity, and Ursel just had him chasing his tail throughout the entire track. So we got to give it up to Ursel. Great driving.
Yeah, I gotta agree. I saw what I saw from Ursel in here in the first, like the initiation in the first zone here is something I didn't like. But then again, Jimmy, was it?
Yes, Jimmy.
Yeah, Jimmy did the same thing. So I think that kind of took out each other, and other than that, Ursa was just better in both categories.
All right. So with that said, it's safe to say that Ursel gets the win. Jimmy, good attempt at chasing down Ursel, but looks like Ursel is going to be moving on to the top 16.
Yes.
We're going to take a minute to update the bracket here for the top 16 and get the next batch of drivers set up on the server. Please give us a little bit of time while we make this switch. In the meantime, if my fellow judges here would like to take a quick minute to take a break while production gets this set up, let's go ahead and take a couple minutes to get settled in.
Do I have time to go get a sandwich?
peanut butter and jelly time.
Yeah.
Oh, only if you have surströmming on it. All right. All right.
What's going on here? Oh no, he broke his T300. Cera had some issues earlier that he was talking to us during practice, and his wheel was going out on him. I guess there are technical issues too, aside from lag, that do happen in the sim drifting world, and unfortunately, his wheel decided to go out. It's time to upgrade to a DD wheel, Sim Magic, Zura, but unfortunately, that's sad to say. So it looks like Guillermo Cabrera will be getting a bye run into the top 8 due to that battle, if I'm not mistaken. Right. Well, while you update that bracket, Dan, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break and get the show rolling. Be back with you just a minute.
How is everybody looking?
We're waiting on Andy to get back.
Gotcha.
So just Andy's
Nice.
back.
I'm here. I was just sitting on the couch.
All right, great. No problem.
Okay.
So, so let's go.
all ready to roll?
I think Dan is back, and we're all ready to go to start the top 16. We've got.
I will call the drivers to the line then.
Thank you. We'll let you know when we're ready for you to send them. So in the top 16, we have Will Samson, Sean Odo, Dylan Robbins, Michael Veras, Caleb Daffini, Ronnie Irwin, Dura sorry, Zura. But we already know, unfortunately, Zura had some technical issues with his wheel and will not be competing in the top 16, giving Guillermo Cabrera a bye run. Sorry, Zura. Hope you get that situation sorted out quickly in the near future. On the other side of the bracket, we've got Julian Dumais versus Larry Gouchois, Tim Cider versus Jackson Lay, Lucas Breseno versus Stephen Hatcher, and Ryan Cider versus Ursel Jupik. That one is one that I am actually excited for. Not to say that I'm not excited for some of these other battles, but the way that both of those last two battles went down from those lead drivers look very exciting. So can't wait to see that battle. All right, let's go ahead and get the two lined up. Let me just get my stream here ready to go from my view, Olaf's view.
Yep.
And Anders, I think we're ready to get these two to go. All right, so here we go. On the lead, big angle, almost an over rotation, and a big straighten, which causes the chase driver to check up. Big slowdown there, a couple wobbles into those outer zone to inside zone. I think chase driver here is doing quite well given the circumstances.
That was incredible.
That was really good.
Yeah, he held it together really well right there. He was not dealt a good hand with that lead run. And yeah, no contact, no nothing. Still maintained somewhat proximity throughout the entire thing. Didn't get pinched off going into the final zone. Excellent job.
Agree.
I know that the short hair has the worst version of the BMWs and not the E36. That he drives a lot in real life with bashes, and you can see that experience paying off here, knowing when a driver is a little bit off.
I think it's good that you do take some driving life experience away from the sim, because there are some people do say that there are some bad habits that are picked up from sim. One mainly being that you can just hit anybody and reset to pits, versus in real life you can do the same, but you definitely won't be resetting to pits and be having a bad day repairing your car. So, Sean, the type of car that he drives and whatnot, I think he's very cautious, and that definitely shows. He knows how to predict and align himself with lead mistakes like that. But anyways, let's go ahead and send the second half of this battle. This time Sean will be leading versus Will in the chase. Sean with a good entry, nice flick, very settled line. Will doing a good job mimicking. Oh, doesn't completely fill that outside zone, but he's still on a good line. Will's holding it together, chasing him. And end of battle.
Lead versus lead.
Lead versus lead, I still have to give it to Sean. Obviously, Will had some major corrections that he made in his lead. So, Sean, he didn't fill some outer zones as much as I'd like him to, but overall, it was a chaseable lead and not entirely too far off from where he needed to be. So,
yeah, lead chase versus chase.
Sean, for sure, he did a great job of holding it together, even though Will's lead run wasn't all that. Will did a pretty good job in the chase, but he made a lot of sacrifices to maintain his proximity, missing a lot of zones and sacrificing angle, stuff like that. So, yeah, that's it.
Yep. And we gave it to Sean.
All right,
Yes.
Sean gets the win. Sean moves on to the top 8. Next up, we got Dylan Robbins versus Michael Veras. Dylan will be leading, and Michael in the chase. Dylan, Andy and I drive with him quite often, as well as I think you do too, Olaf.
Yeah.
He's a pretty consistent driver. Has some good style too. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree.
I'm not too familiar with Michael, but let's see what these two can do. Let's go ahead and send them, Anders. We got a good clean start here. Dylan out in the lead. Good flip initiation. Settle the car pretty smoothly. Hits that inside clip. Michael washes out quite a bit and loses some proximity there. Dylan doing a good job filling in the zones that he needs to. Good braking zone. You can tell Michael's definitely trying to catch up, but trying to stay on the proper line. But overall, really solid lead from Dylan there.
Yeah, Michael was chasing his tail the entire lap there.
Definitely looked like a,
If Dylan
I think
slow down a little bit, that'd be cool, It's always a little too fast.
Yeah, I think what caught Michael off was after the inside flip when Dylan hit it, he washed out quite a bit over there, and it ended up costing him to try to cut the line and whatnot. But Olaf?
Yeah, I agree. I didn't like the initiation and into the first, like the second zone. First or second zone was not good from Robbins.
Gotcha. All right, well, let's go ahead and see the second half of the battle. This time we're going to switch it up. Michael versus Dylan. Dylan in the chase on the lead. Good start. Dylan with the side-by-side. Backs off a little bit. Good initiation. There's a little bit more of a rolling initiation. Michael misses that inner clip there. It's kind of a straight shot into that outer zone. Big angle over there. Hits that touch and go into that outer zone there. Oh, big flick. Oh, Dylan was able to hold it together. You almost thought he was going to go off track there for a split second.
Yeah. So let's hear lead for lead.
Lead for lead, I'm going to have to give it to Dylan. I think his rim was more consistent overall. I think, I know you commented a second ago about his initiation, but I think Michael's initiation was a little shallow into rolling into that, and that actually caused him to overshoot the inside clip where Dylan was able to actually fill in that zone as he should.
Yeah, so Chase versus Chase.
Chase versus Chase. Like I said, Michael was kind of chasing his tail the entire lap when he was following Dylan, but he didn't make any major mistakes. He did sacrifice his own here and there. Dylan charged a little too hard, it seemed like, and made a major mistake at the end of the track. So I'm going to weigh that out as being pretty even, and I'm going to go with OMT for the chase.
I'm actually also gonna go with one more time, mainly because of the initiation by Robbins.
What was and just a little bit of clarity, can you explain to us why?
Yeah, so he cut to the inside of the corner, which also screwed up the line after the inner clip there, which for the chase driver means that he gets pulled into the corner and then he has to slow down out of it, which will create the gap that's gonna last the rest of the track there, and also the dirt drop in the chase by Robbins kind of sealed the deal for me.
All right, there you go. You guys have your bit of a clarification on our decisions here. Let's go ahead and line them back up and send them again for one more time battle.
Yeah, same. The dirt drop was the nail in the coffin for the one more time for me. I mean, that was a major mistake, and had that not happened, had he just sort of dove in and stayed on his door for the rest of that zone, I would have probably gone with Dylan.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you were to ask me lead to lead, Dylan definitely had the better lead. I didn't really get the same feel of the error that Olaf pointed out, but I do agree with it one more time. I'm okay with that. Let's go ahead and send him again. Dylan back out in the lead versus Michael Barros in the chase.
Plus, I know Dylan can do better than that, you know. So
Yeah, no pressure, Dylan. There's a kind of a gap already established there. And I think Dylan did a better job on the line this time. Again, Michael washes out on that inside zone and misses it. This time there's a huge gap established where Michael is kind of nowhere to be seen. Dylan doing a great job filling all the zones like he's supposed to.
He's got a great lap, though. I mean, his chase lap is not a bad lap. It's just miles away from Dylan. You know?
Well, I think what's happening is that he's not getting back on throttle soon enough and not settling the car. He keeps overshooting that first inside clip, and that is what's causing that huge gap difference between. If he was able to maintain that grip level that he needs to hit that inside zone, he wouldn't be washing out so much. But that's my point of view.
Yeah, he's gonna hook that quick angle and get right back on throttle and make that work.
And I think that's the problem with this track, where a lot of guys, it seems like he's doing the clutch kick type of initiation on here. Where me personally, I actually like to handbrake into this track because I know it settles the car a lot smoother and makes it for a more consistent lead versus a clutch kick where you are tend to overshoot things if you don't get the car stuck. But that's another argument for later. Let's go ahead and send them for the second half of this battle. Got a clean start from Michael. Dylan Chase. Good initiation from both. Dylan doing a good job maintaining his proximity. Again, Michael misses that inside flip. Good transition here. Dylan was able to back off just enough not to make contact there. While Michael misses that inside touch and go. Let's see if he makes the same mistake here again. Backs off a little bit, learned from his first time mistake. And we have a finished battle.
That's an easy decision.
Yeah, so lead for lead, you can short
Dylan.
And chase for chase.
Dylan, the only mistake I saw was really a small checkup before he transitioned into the outer zone, but I mean that was minimal compared to Michael being miles away from him.
I agree.
Yeah.
All right. So Dylan Robbins gets the win.
Dylan just needed to seal the deal there. He needed to drive like he should be driving and not go off in that final zone.
I gotta say though, I think that Michael did the right thing, not trying to catch up and straighten.
Yep.
Yeah,
He still on the zones. He still, did a good lap behind Michael, even though it was, car lengths away.
I definitely think.
You never know if the lead is gonna, screw it up later on. So keep doing your job and just hoping it's gonna work out,
Definitely. I just think that the major mistake of him not hitting that inside flip is what really caused that big gap. And if he had stayed on that, we might have seen a much tighter battle from him. But moving on, we've got Caleb versus Ronnie Irwin. This should be a good battle. Both of these guys compete against each other in other sim competitions as well. Ronnie is quite consistent as well as Caleb. So let's go ahead and send them. We got Caleb in that Mustang, Ronnie in that S14-9. James Dean, but not with that same livery. Good initiation. A little bit of a wobble there for a second. Causes Ronnie to check up for a split second there. Caleb not as deep in that touch and go as Ronnie. Both of them getting through this outside zone very nicely with that proximity from, even though he cut the line just slightly, but the proximity was definitely there to mimic the angle at the end of that latter portion of the track. I think we have a good battle here. Any comments on your end, Olaf or Andy, that you guys saw?
Decent chase, a few sacrifices made in the early part of the track, and he kind of cleaned it up towards the end. Really interested to see if there's any standout, things that go on here. We might have it one more time if it's another, decent chase.
Clean.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's go.
Agree. Let's go. Go ahead and send him. All right. Ronnie's going to be in the lead this time. Caleb in the chase. Earlier we saw Ronnie be a rocket ship. Is going to be able to do Don't think Caleb was expecting that big flip, and it actually caused him to initiate quite over the line in the chase. I have to go back and look at that. Caleb is not letting him go. Oh, big! Oh, was there a bump there? I did not know if there was contact there that caused Ronnie to go off track, but we're gonna have to watch the replay on that. Let's see here.
I think there was.
If I may give input, since I'm seeing both drivers' face point of view, it did not look like any type of contact. It simply looked like the lead driver was going offline and Caleb were following blindly.
I definitely seen that.
Yep.
Yeah.
I-
All right.
Yeah, I think the contact was secondary. What I want to look at here is the starting here. If Caleb did,
Initiate over the line.
yeah, but he also did hinder. What was that again, Dan? Yeah, but blocking Ronnie here. That's what I want to look at here.
Oh, just to clarify, what I was talking about was the last corner. Nothing up earlier.
Okay, there was an initiation by Caleb. It just was not as aggressively because he was more inside on the line, more of a side-by-side, but he did throw the car into angle.
So we're gonna go first lead for lead. What do you say, Chris?
Lead to lead, I'm going to have to give it to Caleb on that one. He had a pretty solid lead run. Not really many mistakes, and he was filling in the zones, except for, if I remember correctly, the touch and go area. I have to watch it again. Let's get the chase to chase comparison.
Chase to chase. This is a tough one, man. I kind of want to call OMT, but it doesn't look like there was a hit there. It's hard to tell. I know you said you came from watching the VR stream and said there was no hit, so I'm going to trust that and say there was no hit there.
At least in the very last corner. Like what I was mentioning earlier was purely just in the last corner, and I did not see any hit.
Yeah, it's hard to tell from this view. But
Anders, can you please walk over to the cars and see if there was any contact on the car made?
Yeah, right.
Yes, let me just do that. No, even on the replay,
there's no. I don't see any contact.
They're both off the track by the point where they are fully separated.
Okay.
I think. I think Ronnie just overcooked it.
I think we actually have to do this one more time because I don't like the contact here before the initiation. I feel that Ronnie probably feels that he was blocked in the initiation.
But there wasn't contact on the initiation. I didn't see any contact on the initiation. Andy, did you see any contact on that initiation?
Look hard enough yet to make a call on that?
Because if there's contact on the initiation, then that's solely due to the chase driver impeding the line, and if that's the case,
yeah.
But all right, we're gonna have to take a minute to deliberate this one. I think you might have to actually go into the helicopter cam and so we can watch a better view of this replay.
Let's just watch it one more time here on YouTube because I think
with the error from Ronnie, do we really need to do that? I mean, there's such a large error at the end,
Look at this.
Yeah.
that had nothing to do with this incident. You know.
Yeah, I agree with Andy. I'm going to have to. I think Andy and I are both in agreement that Caleb is going to move on from this one.
Yeah. Ronnie zeroed out at the end, anyways. I don't think it. You know, the impedance of initiation is a bad thing, but it didn't look like it really hurt the run that much. Maybe it hurt the first zone a little bit, but I mean, with the off at the end, it's hard to.
Yeah, I agree.
All right.
So you got 2 for Caleb and a OMT.
Yes.
Caleb is going to be moving on. Sorry, Ronnie. That was a very difficult battle.
That's a tough.
Well, yeah, that one was definitely a hard one to deliberate, but there was definitely some things here and there where some adjustments were going to be made. And that independent, it looked like that was an independent spin at the end, and which also caused Caleb to go off track. So with that said, Caleb moves on to the top 8. As you know, Cera is out of competition due to technical difficulties, so we'll get Guillermo and Cabrera up to do a buy run really quick. Go ahead and send it. Let's not see any mistakes there, Guillermo. We're going to give you a qualifying score on this one.
Tell him not to oil down the track.
Oh, hit the cone. No, just big 0.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can go from start to finish. Have you, Andy, by the way, have you done any buy runs where you haven't actually drifted more than the first one?
Sometimes they don't let you do your buy run. They just, like, if you earn the buy run via qualifying, like when I qualified first in Orlando and I had a buy run, they just didn't let us run it just to make sure that the show moved on. But if you are in a battle and someone doesn't show up to the battle, then you have to do your buy run to prove that your car works, basically.
Yeah, exactly. But you don't have to do the whole run. It's just the first corner, I think.
I don't know, to be honest. I don't know the rules on that.
So I actually I won a local series here. Like it's pretty much budget drifting. And the way I won that was that I went to the last competition. We went into practice. I didn't practice at all. I did my first run in qualification because I knew that both my gearbox and my differential was about to break. But we couldn't fix it in time. I just knew that I can't do anything. But I had to qualify, and then I had to either qualify high and do buy run, and then one battle, and then I would win the series. So the first qualifying lap, I had no heat in any tires or anything, and just plowed right through it. And the second qualifying, I qualified second. So that gave me a buy run.
Nice.
And that buy run, it was just an initiation, and then it was rolling around the track. And then I won that battle, and the next battle I actually lost because I didn't have power in the engine either. It was just, the car was just broken. And on the burnout out, because, you know, series was over, both gearbox and rear axle went. So it was so close to not making it.
Yep, sometimes you run it right till the end.
Yeah.
Anders, how are we looking down there for the next batch of drivers on the second half of the top 16? Looks like we're still getting them settled in here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Still getting set it up here. But we do have them on the line. Dan, let us know when you are ready, and Anders, let us know when you are ready. We can get this second half of the top 16 ready to go. First up, we got Julian DeMay versus Larry Goswa. Then Tim Sear versus Jackson Lay. Lucas Brisena versus Stephen Hatcher. And then Ryan Cider versus Pearsell Jupik. And Stephen Hatcher over there doing donuts. What are you doing, buddy? Dan, how did he get my livery on this server? It's okay. Okay. Yeah, he looks like he's in chat. It just looks like he's just getting settled in. Right. Well, it looks like he is in. So it looks like we ready to go. Let's go ahead and get our cams over to Julian and Larry. Olaf.
Yep. Am I on the wrong dude here? Dumay, right? Yep.
Okay. Is Dumay at the line, or who is at the line right now? Okay, so let's go ahead, Anders, and get Julian, Dumay, and Larry up to the line for this second half of the top 16 map.
So while we wait, I have a quick question for you, Andy. Have you ever thought about doing any drifting in Europe?
Yeah, I mean, if anybody's got a car for me to drive, I'll be there.
Alright. Yeah, so I might have a LS twin turbo E36.
I'm with it.
We might have to do a Swedish round, I guess.
Do it. Let's do it.
What is going on here down at trackside? There we go. Looks like we got Dumay up, and do we have Larry up at the line as well? All right, here we go. All right, kick off the second half of this top 16. Julian Dumay in the lead, Larry Gershwin in the chase. Anders, let's go.
Got a gap.
Good gap already. Good initiation from Julian there. Misses that inside clip where Larry filled it in completely. Very, very outside of that outer zone into that touch and go. Whoa, big angle there. Causes Larry to check up quite a bit, but Larry holds it together and sees it ahead and finishes his run. Julian at a disadvantage on that lead. He did have some corrections here and there, which did cause him to already kind of fall off, while Larry did maintain a good proximity and compensating for those changes.
I gotta say though, I gotta give credit to Mr. Dumay here that he was quite solid up until the point where he spun around. So even though he wasn't in the zones, that wasn't that difficult to chase. And per our instructions to the drivers, that is a big positive.
Definitely a big positive. I would still like to see them as a lead driver to be in the zones as they should be. He did miss that inside first clip, and that was already putting him at a deficit. Larry was on the correct line, but like you said, they are supposed to be mimicking. But as a lead, let's see how Larry does versus Julian now. Good start. Good initiation by Larry there. A little bit on the inside there, but hits that zone completely and to that outer zone. Gets on the slowdown area. Putting his car in all the right places. Julian is spun out in the behind him, and Larry finishes out his run. I'm gonna make it easy and call it. I think that there were just too many mistakes by Julian there, and in my opinion,
Yeah.
Yep, Larry's got it.
Alright, just too many mistakes, and the spins just sealed the deal for you, Julian. Sorry. Alright, next up we've got Tim Sear versus Jackson Lay.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. Who took the win?
Larry gets the win.
Thank you.
Olaf, I've heard that you may be coming down to the U.S. for Formula Drift Irwindale. Is that true?
Yes, maybe. We'll see. We have another project as well. As I'm working with Rome, and during last week, he had something else coming up that we're probably not ready to talk about yet, but it might be Irwindale and it might be this other project.
Do we have Tim Sear and Jackson Lay on the server? Seeing both in here.
Yeah, there you
They
go.
are both at the line.
There we go. Sorry, just waiting for Olaf to change our cameras from the judge's perspective.
Wait,
We're
wait.
Good.
I have to find the other driver.
It's
Where's-
RPS 13C.
Oh, there you go. All right.
Tim
Go.
didn't follow direction, but
Yeah.
we'll dock him on that later.
Yep.
God damn it.
All right, Tim in the lead, Jackson Lay and Chase. Okay, clean start. Big initiation. There's a gap going on there from Tim to Jackson.
Straight in two.
Yeah. Tim does a good job filling that zone. Into that side touch and go. Into that outer zone. Filling all of that zone. Whoa, big correction there from both drivers, but I think that one was due to possibly Tim almost over rotating there due to his flick into that last outer zone, but we'll have to compare lead to lead and chase to chase.
Yeah, I think I saw a full straight from Tim there too.
I must have missed that one, but let's go ahead and see the stream really quick. Well, they
Right belows. Right there. No, he wasn't full straight. He was still angle.
I think the biggest correction that Tim made on in this area right here, which you can't really see smoke in that camera, but I saw the correction that he made during the initial battle from the helicopter cam. It was quite a big flick, in which caused him to make a pretty big correction for the chase driver.
Yeah.
So, all right, let's send him second half of this battle. Jackson Lay in the lead this time. Sear doing chase. Good start.
Whoa, buddies!
Whoa, right there on his rear quarter. Maybe even made a slight contact. Couldn't tell, but Jackson Lay holding it together. Oh, big correction there. Might have over put the brakes a little bit. Get into that outer zone. Oh, two tires off, but he holds it together. Keeps it back onto the track.
Gotta go with Tim.
Tim being a little aggressive there at the end.
So lead versus lead. Let's hit.
Lead versus lead. I think they both made some corrections that I can both deem one more time, but I'm gonna have to defer over to the chase driver based on Jackson's straight in the chase.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Tim on that one. Jackson looked like he was struggling a little bit more in the chase. Tim did get a little too aggressive on that first corner, but that large correction and that near straighten from Jackson is going to kind of tilt the scale a little bit towards Tim on that one. So I'm going to have to go with Tim.
I feel like this is too many problems on both sides. I would like to see one more time. So let's see what's the vote here. We have.
I said OMT. Andy said Jackson, and you were.
I said Tim.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
Tim. Yeah. So we're on a one more time battle.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
All right, let's go ahead and get him lined back up. Send first.
Sorry, I had to mute because drivers had questions. What was the verdict?
It's a one more time.
Thank.
Go ahead and get him lined back up, Anders, and we'll send him again. Yeah, I think Tim's huge error in the lead really made the chase driver some corrections, but also in that chase, I think they both had to make some compromises and sacrifices that just did not look well overall. So
Yeah.
let's go ahead and send him again. This time Tim in the lead again versus Jackson Lane in the chase. Whoa, big angle there, and he really cut the inside of the long circles there. And I think it threw Jackson Lane off with the lead line.
Yeah.
And compensating with some big adjustments just to try to keep up, to try to close in that proximity.
Again here, I think that Jackson did the correct thing in his chase and trying to, you know, still fill the zones while catching up, which is totally doable if you do it the correct way. And yeah, as you know, guys, I don't like that kind of initiation and first corner on the inside.
Yeah,
And
that's why I say those big flick initiations with a clutch kick do rather unsettle the car or shoot the car inside a little much. And I know during the drivers' meeting, you know, we told them that, you know, you prefer to see those types of initiations. Now, with that said, it's definitely not an easy thing to do.
No, and
but it is doable.
Yeah, so you gotta do it after your level of driving.
Yeah, so you have to do what's best for you. All right, let's go ahead and send them the second half. Jackson in lead, Tim in the chase. Jackson with a better initiation. Hitting those zones. Tim makes contact, but Jackson stays in it. What a man.
Make this run.
Yeah, I'm liking this one too. Oh, hold it together. Oh, almost over rotates, but holds it together.
Yep. I'm going with Timmy.
You got Tim again on this one?
Yep.
What do you think?
I'm gonna have to go with Tim again too. I know he cut the line a little bit on the inside on the initiation, but I think his entries into the zones where he was supposed to place the car were a bit better than Jackson's.
I'm
in the lead.
Yeah, and I'm actually gonna go with Jackson. And I also want to say this is why we have 3 judges. You get the best out of 3. And
yeah, you definitely see 2 different aspects of
the
judging spectrum from what we see in point of views.
Yeah, I think that the lead from Tim, the initiation with the first corner that is so important, it weighs over for me, I think.
I definitely agree, but I think if I remember correctly, Jackson in the chase, he did miss outside zone trying to play, or inside zone clip 1, trying to catch up, and you know he washed out instead of falling. Now, just to be said, Tim Sear gets the win just based on Andy and I's decision, so we can go ahead and move on to that. And if the drivers have any questions after the competition, feel free to message us, and we can try to go back and watch some clips or whatever if we have the free time. But Tim Sear gets the win on that one.
Yeah.
So good job at trying to close it. Jackson. Unfortunately, I have no idea what Tim is doing there, crashing into people in the server. But next up, we got Lucas Breno versus Stephen Hatcher. Stephen Hatcher in my livery on the SC300. So free marketing, I guess. But yeah, let's go ahead and get these two going. Can't remember Lucas's first battle, but Stephen is a pretty aggressive driver. Like I've said before, he is a VDC ex-champion, so let's get these two going. Good start. Breno in the lead.
Nice flick.
Good initiation from both of those drivers. The proximity, look at that proximity from Steven, but Lucas on the line with good angle, nice angle into that outer zone to the inside touch and go. Oh, this is a good battle here, guys.
That was nice.
Excellent job, boys.
Almost
Again,
overrotates.
Yeah, again here we see some, not really on the line everywhere, but it's a stable, consistent lead, which is more important because we're doing battles now, and we don't want to crash our digital cars that cost about 2 million Swedish SEK, so that's 200,000 US dollar, right? Am I right, Andy?
Yeah, all right.
Alright.
Yeah,
Second half.
good job in the chase position there too, man. That was an excellent chase job. There was only one sort of minor mistake, I'll call it, but the whole course was excellent chase.
I agree.
He was given a pretty good run though, despite the small mistakes. The flow was there, the speed was there. There's just that zone where it was a little pucker moment there.
All right, second half of this battle, Steven Hatcher out in the lead. Lucas Pisano in chase. And that gorgeous SC300, Steven Hatcher goes to initiate. Good initiation. There's a bit of a gap separation between the two. Steven doesn't feel that whole inside clip zone, and he's pulling away quite massively, and looks like Lucas is having trouble trying to catch up. And I think I'm going to have to be safe to say that I think Steven Hatcher gave a better lead and chase overall, but I'm the lead judge, and I would say Steven had the better of the leads.
Yep, same here. I think he had the better chase as well. It was a struggle bus from the beginning on that last chase lap right there, and Steven just sort of nailed his chase lap very well. Single minor mistake, but kept the proximity in there, no cheating, hit all the lines proper, and even dealt with that weird little thing that happened in the outer zone, the final outer zone, very well. So gonna give it up for Steven.
So we got 2 for Steven.
Yeah.
Olaf, would you like to share your final thoughts?
Yeah, you got 3 for Steven. I think that lead versus lead in my book, Lucas. Steven was better, but Lucas was quite close because of the way he moved the car. He was off on line, but I wouldn't deem him that much worse than Steven.
Yeah, the only thing that really stood out on Lucas's run for me was that in that last outer zone, he almost had that over rotation, which caused him to kind of cut the last outside zone a little bit. But other than that, Lucas did do a really good job in his lead. It's just that overall, Steven had the better of the two.
Yep.
So moving on, Steven Hatcher gets the win, and next up we have Ryan Cider versus Marcel Jupic. I'm excited for this battle, like I said earlier, just because I drive with both of these guys, and I know that they are both very aggressive drivers and very good proximity drivers, so this should be interesting. So Ryan Cider in that massive Mustang in
007.
the lead, in 007 in the lead versus Marcel in the RPS 13 2JZ. Let's go ahead and send them. Clean start. Big click by Ryan there, and he holds it so well. Marcel doing a good job. Oh, as I say that, he makes a huge correction and causes contact. I have to look at that replay again, but it looks like Marcel might have overcooked it and just need to train it up really quick.
Yeah, let's see this. I want to see the speed of the Mustang drop, and then we got something. But other than that, I feel like he just took a bad line.
I think Marcel got caught up right there on that transition where it is an immediate decel zone, and it caused him to strain into Ryan's door.
Yeah,
But Ryan did a good job holding it together.
Yeah, no, he had the decel there for sure. He grabbed a big handful of e-brake right before the hit, but he's got in full right to, and you got to get the car slowed up for that section. So I'm gonna put full decel there. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to look at it once more here.
Yeah, let's look at it. The Mustang, I mean, I think he's been running this line kind of all day. This big angle, big slow down line through there, and it looks like he kind of just pushed him off his clip.
Yeah, I didn't see any funny business on Ryan's side, but I did see that checkup by Ursel where he did straighten up before the transition onto that. And I don't know if he got caught up in the smoke, which, caused his transition to falter, but let's go ahead and see the second half of this battle. This time we got Ursel in the lead in the RPS 13-2JZ.
He did do a great job holding this proximity with the angle the Mustang through in that first corner, though.
Agree. All right, clean start. Ursel with big foot initiation into that.
Mustang going wide.
Yep. Brian kind of washing out a little bit, missing that inner zone. That inner area. Ryan, what's going on with Ryan? Ryan has a huge straighten going on behind Ursel there. I think we're gonna have to sit. I think we're gonna have a one more time battle here, guys.
One more time.
One more time. Let's line them back up, Anders.
I am just hearing from Ryan, his throttle pedal shit itself.
Is he
just
down,
so you guys know what's going on.
Yep.
Oh no.
Too much torque.
So, sorry, what? Just repeat yourself, because I have two chats going in my ears right now. What are you guys saying? Gotcha. I will relay that information. I shall mute on here.
Oh, what a turn of events on that one. I was ready to send them one more time, but, now that we're hearing that we had another technical difficulty due to hardware failure, just like in real life, we might not get to see that one more time battle.
But now we're gonna see his team throwing under the desk there, trying to fix that gas pedal. Yes, 3 guys, one of them a welder. So hopefully they can find some parts.
Just quick note, I started a stopwatch, so to be fair, it only seems fair that they get 2 minutes from the segment that I let them know that they got 2 minutes.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, so don't worry. It's currently running, and they got about 1.5 minutes left.
That's perfect time for me. I'll be right back.
And so did my computer give up.
On the server. Oof. Well, everyone, hope you guys are enjoying this competition so far, drivers and whoever is spectating. This is an exhibition, and I think got off to a little bit of a rough start getting things rolling, but I think we've been getting everything running pretty smoothly throughout the second half of the competition so far. I hope you guys enjoy the insight from the judges' perspective on the competition. And Olaf, Andy, you guys have anything to say? Well, Andy stepped away for a second. Any pointers for the drivers that are still competing, or anybody in the future that wants to compete in this type of competition?
I'm back. Drive as much as you can. Just all the time. Any free time you have, hop on the simulator and go ahead and do it. And it's all about the hours.
Well, it definitely looks like we have the 2 lined up again.
Yep, they're both ready. Ryan is running on some redneck stuff, but he's trying to make it work. But we are ready to go.
Did you do an inspection there, Anders, to make sure that he is safe to run?
What do
No?
you mean
Okay.
safe to run?
We don't want his rig to
We don't want his rig to explode, cause any damage or anything like that.
Well,
we have
that's a
to.
him problem. I didn't notify him after the time. Like every 10 seconds, and he was like, "Yep, let's just do it. Let's run it."
Yeah, let's go.
So,
All right, you are Kevin Wells down there, so we'll take your word for it. All right, Dan, if you're ready, we'll go ahead and get these guys going. One more time, battle between Ryan Cider versus.
Yeah.
There we go. Ryan Cider in the lead. Good initiation from the two. Ursel with huge proximity there, but he has to check up a little bit to make the transitions into that zone. Another correction by Ursel there. Man, he really does not like to use that handbrake or foot brake. I think it might have cost him this chase run during this battle. I think Ryan put down a pretty solid lead front there. I didn't really see too many mistakes. I'll have to go back again.
We can see again he's turning in on the inside in the entry here, but the difference with his way of doing this is that the car acts a little bit different than the other ones, and he doesn't drop speed later on.
Yeah, his car just hooks up and goes.
Yeah, and I don't feel like it's actually causing that much problem for the chase either.
I agree. Did Ryan have a malfunction of his pedals? Oh, there he is. Okay, good.
no, he's good. Ryan's all good.
Yep, we see him there. Let's go ahead and send him for the second half of this OMT. 007 chasing down that red RPS 2JZ S13. Ryan again washes out right there. Oh, and he goes up. Big correction there. Oh, what is going on with it? Oh, but then still makes a huge correction there. Oh man, you guys, I do not. Well, if it goes lead to lead, I'm giving it to Ryan, but
Chase,
Ryan
it's gonna be the opposite.
chase the chase.
There's a 0. Let's see here. That's not a 0. That's just a major. That word you're not supposed to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, lead to lead, I have to give it to Ryan. There was a correction from Ursel.
Chase, I gotta give it to Ursel. Ursel made 2 major mistakes in the chase, but it was nothing compared to Ryan's mistakes. So
yeah.
So I'm thinking OMT on that again.
No, I think it's gonna be Ursel.
Andy,
what's that?
OMT or Ursel or Ryan?
Well, for Chase, I'm going to have to call. If I'm just specifically going off of Chase, I'm going to have to call it Ursel because he made less mistakes. If you're looking at lead, again, Ryan had the better lead. So, I totally agree with one more time.
It's gonna be a one more time now.
Let's do it.
Send him again.
Go.
Okay.
Pedals are gonna break.
Yeah.
Somebody needs to stand out lap here, We're seeing close to a standout lap from both of them, but they're all making just little mistakes here and there,
Yeah, Ryan keeps washing out in his chase where he's not doing the same thing, and maybe that's a loss of tire issue after burning him up on his big run.
He needs to not do what the lead's car is doing in the first corner. He needs to do his regular initiation, and I think he'd be fine,
I agree with you. All right, let's send him again for the second one more time battle and see if we can get a winner out of this. Ryan Cider again in the lead versus Ursel Beck in the chase. Definitely not making it easy on these two guys. big initiation from Russell, doing a good job at mimicking the style of it. A little bit of corrections or bobbling in the chase, but he's doing a good job of maintaining the wall, finding his really good solid lead. A big angle correction right there from Redman, and Russell does a great job to avoid contact there. I have to say that was a pretty good.
That was a good lap.
Good lap.
Both them boys driving at the potential now.
Yeah, definitely. They definitely see where they know where they need to make their compromises here and there. But I think this right here on the lead is a huge mistake.
Russell did a good job. That together.
Exactly. Right. Let's see the second half of this battle. I'm excited for this. Let's see if they both learn from their mistakes from their lead to chase on this one.
Yeah, I want to see it. Yeah. See if he runs it wide again.
Good initiation. Barstow.
He's slightly wide.
Slightly wide, but he does hit that inside flip. There is a gap established. Overshoots that. No, that is a big correction from Cider there. Still continues to maintain his line and proximity. And there is almost contact. And there is contact, and it does push him off the line slightly.
Consistency is king.
I'm going to have to go with Russell there. If there was no contact, it was looking like a pretty solid lead up into that point.
Yeah, same here, Russell. Solid chase, solid lead. It's a shame Ryan put down a really good lead on that last lap. I wanted to see him clean it up on his chase, but yeah, that's it.
Yep.
Honk.
All right, Russell gets the win, and we are gonna move on to the top 8. Good job, Brian. That was some good driving from both of you guys. Like to see those type of battles. So we're gonna update the bracket here shortly, and then move on to the top 8. Get things going. Thank you for joining us and sticking around and watching this competition. For those of you that are still there with us,
Isn't it degrading? I need to call. It's got a rhyme, right?
Yeah.
Grading floor,
I haven't been watching the stream. It seems like we're getting pretty good reaction so far. Competition, so. Pat on the backs. All right, that's good to hear. Happy to hear that. All right, so on to the top 8. We got Sean Odo, Dylan Robbins, boys going against boys. That should be good. And then Caleb versus Guillermo Cabrera. Another good battle there.
Mm-hmm.
And then on the second half of the top 8, we've got Larry versus Tim Sear and Stephen Hatcher versus Russell, which should also be another exciting battle. We got some pretty good heaters here, I think, guys.
Mm-hmm. I'm interested to see Guillermo run again. I'm interested to see Dylan run again. Yeah, I want to see what we got. It'll be an interesting finals if we get if everybody who's killing it makes it.
Absolutely. Looking forward to seeing who takes the top. And we are going to have a third place battle here, just for all of those to know, because we did not do any qualifying. So we're not going to be like those other competitions out there, based on qualifying, where they can just give an automatic third place. You guys are going to have to battle it out for third, which is always fun. What happened to my bracket? There it is. Let's get that back.
Dylan, right? That's
Sean. Yeah, it's going to be a good one, man.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. Yeah.
Yeah, very excited for this battle. Go, got that up. to be honest with you guys, I was a little stressed out about the undertaking. Dan and I have been working pretty hard the last couple of weeks trying to get this competition together. We had initially had some production crews lined up to run the stream for us, and last minute we ended up having to do it ourselves. So the last week or so we've been getting overlays and things together and trying to figure out how to run this thing. And for an exhibition trial, I think, like I mentioned during the first half, it's a little rough start, but I think moving along, I think we're doing quite well, and I hope you guys all feel the same and you guys are enjoying the judges' perspective of things. And I'm excited to see if we can continue this type of competition going on as the first VR only sim drifting competition that there is known. And I look forward to seeing what you guys can do in the future.
Right. Are we ready on the judges end?
We're ready if you are. I think if you want to go ahead and get them lined up, if they're not lined up already.
Ready over here?
Dylan just dropped. Yeah.
Dylan is now in. Let's see. All right. How long do other competitions typically take to run a top 32? 4 hours? 6 hours?
Yeah.
Okay, so far we're not doing too bad. We're coming up on, let's see, we started at a little late, 11:30. Nice. What I like to hear, I like to keep things moving, so great job, guys. Yeah, that's called for. Andy, I can only imagine how miserable it must have been at Orlando, going so late in that 100-degree humidity, 100% humidity of that competition. But we'll touch base on that after this battle. Sean Oda versus Dylan Robbins. Sean to lead in the S14-9, and Dylan Robbins in the RPS 13-2 Good initiation from both of them. Dylan sets himself up nice and tucked onto the pocket. Good job mimicking the angle.
Oh, very nice.
Wow. Very good proximity and adjustments to stay on Sean's door. Dylan could have filled in that outer zone a little bit deeper, but he's doing a good job mimicking Sean's movements and stuff. Yeah. Really good battle from these two guys.
I think Sean was a little bit deep there in 7 actually. As we said on the drivers meeting as well, 7 you don't have to fill completely because it sets up the line a little bit. It's not the best way to set up the line into the next corner.
Agreed. Overall, Sean's lead was quite on point. Great lead. Great lead gives a great chase, and these two dudes drive together quite oftenly, and you can definitely tell that they do so. And I'm very excited for this next half because I know Dylan can put down a solid lead, Sean can put down another solid chase, so let's go ahead and send him. It's going to be a banger. Oh, look at that initiation. Sean side by side right on his rear quarter, mimicking the angle and the line, making the adjustments that he needs to do. Dylan doing a good job, doesn't fill in that inner touch and go as deep as Sean did. Oh, but Sean has a bit of a correction or straightening up from left foot braking, possibly a little much.
Dylan also had the same correction right there as well. I'm gonna call one more time from the chase.
What do you think about the lead, Chris?
Lead to lead. I'll be honest, I missed that mistake that Andy just called because I was so focused on the chase, even though I am the lead driver, and I apologize for that. Sean did have, he did have a really good chase up until that point, and Dylan did have a good lead for the most part that I was able to watch on both. Sean's lead run was on point, so I can't knock him from that. I'm okay with it one more time here.
Yeah, I'm actually leaning towards Robbins, but I'm not sure. I wanna go one more time as well.
Let's do it.
One more time it is. Send him again.
Unanimous.
Sorry, I got so caught up in that run. I was just like, yes, this is what I like to see. And then I saw that correction, but I missed that small detail. But that's why we have 3 judges, and sometimes they fill us in on those parts.
Well, I can tell you that this I'm pretty sure this happens in real life. So.
Oh, all the time, yeah, all the time. And also, the wrong calls made all the time. So, anyways.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and send them. Sean again in the lead, Dylan, Robbins, and Chase. Put it on each other's doors, boys. It's the type of battles that I like to see. Dylan doing a great job. Sean has a bit of a little shallow angle through that inner foot. Oh, and there's a little bit of contact there, but Sean ends up and holds that line. Dylan doing a better job filling that zone in the chase. Same here, mimicking. I think that was a great lead to chase battle.
Yep. Let's just fast forward and watch the second half.
I agree. This is a good one. They're doing what I want them to do. They're putting on each other's door the way that they should be. We might not be, in terms of proximity, as close as you may see in some of these other competitions due to the fact that, we're not using roof cam or certain things. But, for the guys driving in VR for that more realistic live immersion experience, they're doing a really good job at putting their cars in the right places in the chase.
Yes.
So let's go ahead and send them. This time Dylan in the lead, Sean in the chase. Good initiation from both. Sean does a good job at staying in the pocket, good proximity, mimicking Dylan's line. Oh, he bumps the same way that Dylan bumped him. But this time it does disrupt Dylan's line, and it does cause some corrections here and there. And that is a full pull.
I think that Sean knew that he had to bring it. So lead for lead, what do you think, Chris?
Lead for lead, I'm gonna have to give it to Dylan.
Yeah. And Andy, what do you think?
I got to give it to Dylan as well. The bump that Sean gave him was kind of substantial. Dylan seemed like he just sort of rubbed him a little bit. He sent him offline slightly, and Dylan had better proximity through the first section of the track as well. Yeah, definitely Dylan.
It looks like they still got some rubbing going on there. Oh, what's going on here? Looks like we had a bit of. Yep, that sounds about right. Well,
something new we learn for the next competition, I guess.
I did bring it up to make sure we had enough time on the server, but it's live and learn, baby. It's live and learn. Yeah. And with that said, both I think Andy and I are in agreement that Dylan gets the win there. But your final thoughts?
My final thoughts is that I think even without the hit, I think Sean lost mainly on the lead. So Dylan was the better driver in both categories, I think, as well. But mainly the lead is where I think Sean lost the most.
Right, well, Dylan
Excluding the
Robbins,
hit.
yeah, Dylan Robbins gets the win after those one more time battles, and I see a semaphore going crazy on the track. What is going on here? Right. Well, that was a good battle, and we looks like we'll have another really good battle going on here as we have Caleb Daffini, Tsujigiri driver, against Guillermo Cabrera, who I quite often drive with and do some clips with here and there on here.
Yeah.
Both really good drivers. A semaphore doing donuts. He's got to enjoy it. Anders, you know, he's the man down there, making sure everything is in play and making sure you guys are on point, on the line, on time, and helping out with checking our streams to make sure everybody's in VR and whatnot, and getting you guys to the line. So, big thank you to Anders for taking the time to helping us out with this competition and getting the setup right. So, as I said, we've got Caleb versus Guillermo. Caleb in the lead. Your second battle of the top 8. Let's send him. Yep, we are ready. I see throttle. Oh, there's contact right there. Was that a slowdown from Caleb? It is a caution zone, but was it more than called for? Another contact here. I think Guillermo is just out for blood now.
Yep. Feeling the pressure.
Feeling the pressure. But I need to see that replay on that lead run. Did the smoke light up there for a split second? I know it's a caution zone. There are a lot of corrections. There are still a lot of corrections going on. I mean, Caleb still kept it together, like even through the second half of the track, and I think Guillermo was kind of just.
It might be a lag issue on his side as well, but
it could be. It could be.
We're judging on our view.
You see right there.
Yeah, so that was a little touch, and then the second touch.
Yeah, I think Guillermo might have just been a little bit too overly aggressive and came in a little too hot, which is not wrong, We want to see close battles, but just needs to give him a little bit more room. All right, let's send it second half. This time Guillermo in the lead, Caleb in the chase. Whoa! And Guillermo washes out off the track as Caleb continues on. Let's see if Caleb gets the rest of the run just for fun. Unfortunately, I think that might seal the deal for Caleb. To the semifinals.
So that could actually be on Guillermo's side of things with the lag that he might have touched Caleb before initiating, but it's not on our side.
Yeah, I didn't really. Yeah, it's hard to tell, but unfortunately, when it comes to lag and issues like that, it's hard for us judges to see. But from what we can see, I did not really see anything like that. I was more concerned whether or not, there was a bit of a let off on the right after the initiation from Caleb, because I did see a bit of a smoke go up. But it is a caution zone, and I do think that Guillermo was coming in quite hot, and then just that second half of the battle where Guillermo flies off the track, just it zeroed him out. So You know, I think Caleb gets the win here. in my opinion.
Yeah. What do you think, Yanni?
Yeah, I mean that sealed the deal.
Yep.
He was driving great. I was looking forward to seeing his lead run, but
Yeah.
looks like his timing on initiation was a little off, and it just took him wide.
So we're gonna
I
give it to Caleb.
I hyped it up a little too much.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. But Caleb, you get the win. Guillermo, sorry, bud. Better luck next time. All right. Next up, we got Larry Kushwa versus Tim Sear in the second half of the top 8 battles. Moving along. And then after them, we have Stephen Hatcher versus Marcel Pick. And exciting stuff. We're narrowing it down. Who's going to be the first VR only sim champ of this exhibition? We are nearing the end. So what do we have? We've got 5 battles left, it seems, with no more Wilmer times. But all right, we got Larry at the line, Tim in the chase. Come on, boys, let's see what you got to do to make it to the finals. Good initiation from Larry. On the line, it's that inside clip. Tim, not far behind, doing a good job mimicking. Looks like there might be a little bit of lag issues there, but Larry does a good job, even though he was bumped by Tim. Tim is definitely having some major lag issues there. It looks like he's getting some straightening going on there, but Larry finishes the run. Why's that, sir? Oh, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. It reminds me of the time when I competed in the... Reminds me of my time when I competed in the first Drift Masters Virtual Championship, and my internet decided to shut down the internet the day of, and I play off of my phone through hotspot and constantly lagged as I went against Connor Shanahan first time. But unfortunately, that's what happens sometimes.
Gotta wait for Dan here.
Yeah, Dan has to hop back into the server. He's getting things back up.
Let me know when it's fully loaded. Thank you.
You can let the drivers know that it's just going to be a second. Get the second half of this battle going. Alright, Anders, let's go ahead and send them. Tim Sear in the lead, Larry Gishot in the chase. There we go. Big jump from Tim Sear. I don't know if there was a hesitation there with Larry or if there's sandbagging going on, but there's definitely a big gap established already. Larry doing what he needs to. He's hitting all the right spots while trying to gain proximity on Tim Sear. Tim filling in all the zones that he needs to. Definitely on the line. Larry wasn't too far off, minus the start. He definitely got gapped off the line. Or lead to lead. Lead for lead, I think Tim had a better. But but there were some, errors that were caused by Tim in Larry's lead. So it's hard for me to say. I will have to say that I'm gonna have to go one more time on that one.
All right, Andy.
Another tough one. I'm gonna go with.
These guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with one more time. Yeah, I can't make a decision. It's too difficult. Quite a few mistakes from both drivers in random spots, and the bumps that Tim gave him, or that Tim gave. What's lead driver is Michael? What's his name?
Larry.
Larry, sorry, yeah. So the bumps that Tim was giving Larry were kind of a little excessive there. I feel like that was a pretty substantial mistake that Tim made to do that. So I'm gonna go with one more time.
Yeah. We're gonna go one more time, but I would put my vote on Tim. I didn't think it was too much the touches there.
Okay, it's okay. That's why we got 3 judges. We all have our opinions, and becomes a majority vote on that. I like to see a clean battle this time, and hopefully Larry can clean up his chase on the zone, and hopefully Anders, please make sure that they are not jumping the line or sandbagging on the line, because that start off was a little. To me, I couldn't tell. But anyways, let's go ahead and send this second for this one more time battle. Right, Larry in the lead, Tim and Chase. Good initiation. Oh, looks like Larry's going to overshoot that, and he does. Hits that outer zone correctly there. In the D-cell zone, fills inner touch and go to the outside zone. Tim doing a good job at maintaining his proximity and consistency throughout the rest of the run. There was a little bit of wall tap there, it looked like to me, that caused Tim to make contact against Larry right there. So I would deem that at fault for Larry causing that contact there. Let's see the second half. These damn one more time battles. All right, second half, one more time. Tim in the lead, Larry and Chase. Time had a better start. Tim really on the inside, but Larry almost overshoots the inner clip again. Tim filling that zone. He is allowed to barely push the clip. Larry flicked it in that transition a little too early. Tim completes his run. Lead to lead, I'm going to have to give it to Tim.
Hey, Chase?
Same. I'm going to have to give it to Tim. He just seemed sort of more composed in his chase, and his lead run was definitely better than
Larry's.
Yes, there you go. Why don't I keep drawing? That one I'm drawing a blank on.
So good.
So I feel excluding the wall hit, I would say one more time, but it's gonna go to Tim.
Tim gets the win, guys.
I don't disagree with the one more time. I just think it's very slight towards Tim, and yeah.
And that's why we have the judging criteria that we do based on those two.
What
aspects.
do you decide on, Tim or one more time?
Tim.
Okay.
Yeah, Chris, you didn't tell me this was going to be so hard.
It's fun, isn't it?
Well, you tend to learn something.
Yeah. It's even more fun when they can walk up to you afterwards and talk to you. Because I judged Drift League recently, and number 17 qualifier was not happy.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Olaf, let's go ahead and change the cameras onto Stephen Hatcher.
Yes.
All right, so next up we got Stephen Hatcher versus Ursel Pick.
This will be a good
Steven
one.
to lead, Ursel to chase. I know Ursel is used to chasing that SC300 quite often because he does spend some time tandeming me. But wow, what a jump off the line! Was that a jump?
I don't know what
off
He
the
just said
start?
he just said he couldn't see the light. The chase character.
Ursel
Yeah.
could not see the light. Oh wow, that's on him.
Oh, some big mistakes here. Hatcher.
Yeah, definitely could have cleaned it up, but man, that jump off the line definitely did not help Ursel's case in the chase.
No major mistakes though. He just needed to make sacrifices to get there at the end.
Yeah, definitely. And I do have to agree with you, Andy. This is my first time judging a virtual competition like this. I've judged real life competitions myself over the course of 16 years drifting with you as well, and it is definitely a different thing. It's cool that we don't have to wait so long for them to go back to pits and reset or whatever and change tires and everything. Standing in the blistering 100-degree heat, but let's go ahead and send them for the second half of the battle. Ursel in lead, Stephen Hatcher in chase.
Another big gap. Can they not see the Seppenmore from that side?
I think they can. Stephen having a big straighten in the chase too. He is definitely compromising to try to gain proximity, but Ursel overshoots that inside touch and go. Oh man, these two guys are definitely both making some mistakes. And I'm gonna have to be straightforward and say I'd like to see it one more time.
We're gonna have to do it one more time, I think, as well. Do you agree, Andy?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, I was thinking before the lap even ended.
And we want to see a countdown from Anders, so everyone starts in the.
Yeah, no worries. I'll do a verbal countdown.
Yeah, if there's any way you can check, make sure that.
I have to say on that decision as well, I actually feel that both lead runs were equally bad. So
I agree, and both equal chase because of the gap established from the get-go in the beginning. It didn't make for very good battle, and so send him again. You guys better put it down right this time. Enders, send him. Good start that time.
No giant gap.
A little bit of a bubble there from Stephen Hatcher. Ursel sees it, but he stays on the whole line that he's supposed to. Chasing Stephen's line. Gets that touch and go. Both hit it. Good transition there. Into the last outside zone.
You guys are so evenly matched.
Yeah. There's definitely the SC300 has a grip advantage compared to that SC2. That thing is a rocket ship if you dial it in correctly. With that said, I know I have my SC300 dialed in aggressively grippy, and generally Ursel's able to keep up with me. So from the start to that initiation zone, it's quite fun to see the gap established there, but good job from both of the drivers on that one. Let's go ahead and send them for the second half.
lot of mistakes here in the lead.
Definitely. You know, Steven had a little bit of a correction on the initiation, but I think Rousseau made too many mistakes in his lead, shallowing up in some points here and there, and definitely caused Steven to make some contact, especially in the slowdown zones.
Do you give it to?
I'm gonna have to give it to Steven.
Yeah, and
Chase. Yeah, Steven, for sure.
I agree. I saw Steven doing the, turning in a little bit too early into the first corner, which you guys know I don't like. But then there's also the same, so even that out, and Steven is a winner.
All right, we are moving into the top 4. Yes, that is confirmed. Steven gets the win. Exciting, guys. We are down to the top 4 now.
I just have a quick question. Do you want to announce the winner of like the third place instantly, or do you want to keep it privately, or how do you want to do it?
We can announce it instantly.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
And then we'll get all 3 to line up at the starting line or something in front of the starting line afterwards. Anyways, all right. So next up, we got Dylan Robbins versus Caleb Daffini for the top 4, and then Tim Sear versus Stephen Hatcher. Who would have saw this coming?
Mm-hmm.
This is what I love about drifting. Anything can happen, like I said, and especially on a competition that is more evenly based, immersion. Similar time on the track, and it's exciting to see these guys put down some runs.
It is.
And I am also sweating, and my back is killing me sitting in my bucket seat on my sim rig as I am watching this competition. But we are almost there, guys. We are almost there, and
I'm so glad I don't have to get up in the morning. I'm an old man.
I was about to say, Chris, you can't really complain. I'm over here sitting in 86 degrees Fahrenheit inside.
Fahrenheit. That is, I think my weather today is 80 degrees, so I'm not too far off from you.
No, but here's the thing. I'm sure that's outside for you. What I'm mentioning is inside my apartment.
Oh, got you. Yeah, no, I mean, with all my monitors on in my sim room and in the sim cave that I have, it's definitely not cool in here. Everybody that comes in here is like, please open up a window.
Yeah, it's a goddamn sweat box. But it seems like we are ready. Both drivers are at the line and everything.
Great. Dan, are you ready for the top 4? Judges, you guys are ready for the top 4?
Ready.
All right. Let's get these guys going. We've got Dylan Robbins out in the front and Caleb Daffini in the chase. Dylan with a nice flick entry. Good initiation on the line. Hitting that outside zone. Caleb transitions slightly early into that, but he stays with Dylan in the proximity and doesn't sacrifice too much. Oh, and big correction. Oh, but the Dylan goes off, but he brings it back on. Was that 1 tire or 2 tires? I cannot say from this angle.
Look like 2 tires.
These guys are flying.
Yeah. Dylan actually misses the line into 4 there as well. A little bit.
Just a slightly.
No, that was definitely 2 lines.
Oh, that's actually 3 tires off. Yeah. Ooh, Dylan with his. Oh man, that was a good battle up to the point. Dylan, yeah.
Why you do that, Dylan?
Well, let's see the second half of this battle because we do not know what can happen. All right, Caleb in the lead versus Dylan. Dylan in the chase this time. Let's see if he can do something here to, you know, change fate. Proximity. Wow, look at that. There's a little bit of bubbling there from Caleb, but he stays on the line. Big, oh! That was a big rotation. That was a big rotation.
Need to see that again.
Yeah, we definitely need to see that again.
Was that spin that kind of saved him, or?
Well, look, we both know that's a decel zone, correct?
Yeah,
But
yeah.
was that an over rotation to where, you know, Dylan couldn't, you know, he's expecting him to cut inside to hit that inside touch and go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oof.
You know, lead to lead. I think if it were me calling that, I would say that is an over rotation.
Yeah.
And based on that, I would have to go one more time, just for the fact that, you know, Dylan had his error.
Yeah. All right. So, what do you think, Andy?
OMT. Yeah. That's too hard.
Yeah, it's gonna be 2 zeros for me as well because of the tire drop. That I don't think that's savable, and not planned either. So
like this over rotation was savable unless Dylan, you know, hit him basically.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it's a one more time.
The tire drop is what caused the over rotation for Caleb in the lead. And then, you know, obviously Dylan, he had his incomplete because of him dropping 3 tires as well. So it's basically a wash between these 2 drivers. So let's go ahead and send them again and get this top 4 battle going in this one more time. Some fresh tires on these guys. That is the quickest tire change I have seen, faster than F1. Let's go.
You haven't seen me change tires. I'm a fantastic mechanic.
Well, I'll see one day when
I got you beat, Olaf. We both know that.
All right, we got them both at the line, ready to go. Let's go ahead and send them for this one more time battle. Dylan versus Caleb. Let's see if we can get something clean going on here. Good initiation from Dylan on the line. Caleb closing in on that proximity. Good transition to fill that outer zone. Dylan hits that touch and go as well as Caleb. Both filling in that outer zone nicely.
That was excellent work. Wow.
Yeah. Great run, guys.
Wow, from both of them. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, lead to chase, that was a great battle to watch.
Yeah. Caleb sacrificed like a little bit of angle, and like that was it. Like hitting pretty much every zone with Dylan. Dylan doing a great job in the lead. That was top-notch work, boys. Look at that.
Yeah, they're
boom, right up in there. Didn't push it too far. Neither of them. You know, Dylan didn't push it too far in the lead, and Caleb didn't push it too far in the chase. Both of them obviously stayed nice and within their comfort zones, and that's what worked out for them right there. There was nothing they weren't banging doors, they weren't, you know, pushing too hard. It was just clean driving. That was nice.
Yeah, clean driving makes for the best tandems, I think.
Yeah.
All right, let's send them for the second half. This time Caleb in the front and Dylan. See if Dylan can do the same in the chase and Caleb can do the same in the lead. Gap right there in initiation, but Dylan closes that gap very quickly. There is a little bit of contact there, but is that because there was a checkup by Caleb coming in at the speed that he did? Hitting that touch and go. Filling in that zone. Caleb, you can definitely tell, has a faster car, but is putting it in all the right zones.
Right, so this one I think is quite interesting. So what do you think, Chris?
I think lead to lead, I think Dylan had a much cleaner lead. I think on the contact from the lead from Dylan in the initiation, right after the initiation, I from my perspective, from what I could see, it looked like there was a little bit of a slowdown from Caleb in that zone, as Dylan was trying to gain that proximity onto Caleb because there was a gap established. But for lead to lead, I'd say Dylan had a better lead. I felt like Caleb had some like corners here and there that he was chasing after that contact was made and stuff. Like he was almost trying to get away from him.
Yep. So Chase for Chase.
Well, first of all, I want to agree that I think Dylan had the better lead slightly, just because he didn't take out angle like Caleb did in the first corner, and I think that's why the hit was. I don't think Caleb slowed down at all right there. Like Chris said, I think Caleb just took out angle, and Dylan was right where in that area where the car was going to rotate into him. You know. So as when he took out angle, it just took it out into Dylan basically because he was right there. Had he stayed on throttle or poured on angle right there, I don't think that contact would have happened. So in the chase, I'm going to have to give it to Dylan. He kind of did chase his tail a little bit after that mistake, but I believe that's kind of what put him there was the fact that Caleb kind of took out angle where Dylan wasn't expecting him to.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with both of you. I mean, the lead from Dylan was better, and that's the main reason why he gets the win. I have to say, I think that Caleb is lacking a little bit of speed in the middle of the corner, and that causes the struggles that came out of it, you know. Yeah.
He may not be lacking speed. He may just have it over grip to the point where he can't hold angle through there at full throttle, and the car just wants to straighten itself up. And when it does, and Dylan's right there, it's just going to walk right into Dylan, you know.
Yeah, it might come from that, but there's a short brief amount where he kind of, it looks like he goes from brakes to throttle, where he drops a little bit of speed compared to Dylan.
Yes. All right. So it sounds like we got a decision here. Dylan is moving on to the finals. Caleb, don't go anywhere. You will be in our top 3 battle. And congratulations to Dylan for making it into the finals. Next up, we have Tim Sear versus Steven Hatcher. This should be a very good battle. Both of them very aggressive drivers, and exciting to see. See what happens here.
This is getting
Tim
exciting.
It's exciting.
It's going to get exciting.
That was fantastic.
Let's not talk about goats here, Olaf. All right, so Tim Steer is going to be given a lead, and Steven Hatcher in chase. We're narrowing it down. Let's get this going. Good start. Oh, contact on initiation. Steven Hatcher.
Oh.
And contact again. Tim Sear not backing down, staying in it like, man, that's what we like to see. He said, I can take those bumps. I will say that nose of that SC300 is long. It's like trying to... I can't say that here. But anyways.
No lag there?
Man. I don't think so. I think from my point of view, it looked like what I saw was just Steven was just on his tail, and when he went to go initiate, he was throttle. Well, there is on an initiation, there is a bit of a, you know.
Yeah.
Well, going into clip two, you have to give it to him. Since he got thrown offline from that bump on the initiation, from what I could see, and in that sense, it's I'm gonna have to put at fault Steven Hatcher for that contact.
Yeah.
But let's see. That's my opinion. I don't know what the other two judges have to say, but let's see the second half of this battle and go from there. Alright, Steven Hatcher in the lead this time. Tim Sear in the chase. Ooh, another contact. This time. Oh, and they were just bumping each other. They're just not.
Was that on purpose?
It might have been. Tim is the type of driver that will do that to you, and I like that because we are going to see it one more time.
Yeah, we're just gonna decide on that right now. So line them up, boys.
Oh, he tried. Okay, he's running away.
I think there is lag involved in some way.
I think there is some lag involved as well. Yeah. And, you know, hopefully these guys learn from that first battle. But let's go ahead and get them lined up again, and hopefully we can see a clean battle this time without any other contact. All right, Anders, send them when you are ready.
There you go.
That's what we want to see. Steven is not backing down. Here we go. A little bit of a tap there, but Tim holds on to it.
I like that tap was on.
I definitely agree that he said, "Hey, guess what? I'm still here."
Yeah, he kept it nice and composed, right, until that last sort of as Tim started to accelerate away. He's like, "All right, now I can hit you," you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Tim did a great job on the lead, from what I can see. Look at that! Look at these guys. Definitely tell they're out for blood on this one.
Yeah. I think the team actually did an excellent lead. It was all the angle everywhere, slowing down the correct way. It's just
yeah. Yeah, I think Steven did sacrifice a little bit of angle going into outer zone 3 to compromise from making contact and staying with him. But you know, let's see the second half. Steven in the lead, Tim in the chase. Separation already compared to what we saw in 2. Oh, and there's contact right there, but Steven holds it together. Good angle, hitting that touch and go nicely. And that outer zone. See this transition here. Oh, Tim saying, "Hey, guess what? I'm here too."
Alright, fantastic battle.
Definitely a fantastic battle. Lead to lead, I'm definitely going to have to give it to Tim in the perspective of him not hitting Steven. And man, it's tough. I thought Steven did a great job in the chase, you know, compromising where he needed to compromise so he wouldn't make, you know, too many contacts or whatever he did. But
yeah, it's a hard one. I'm almost at OMT for Chase because the hit was really bad, but after that, Tim kind of really nailed the final outer zone as far as proximity and commitment on that transition into that zone. But the hit was a substantial hit, so I'm going to lean towards Steven on that one just because of the hit, I think, yeah.
Yeah, so definitely a better lead by Tim. But Steven takes it.
I mean, one more time wouldn't bother me, that's for sure.
No, but I think we can agree on Steven taking this.
Yeah.
Steven gets the win. All right, well, Tim, don't go anywhere. You are going to be in the battle for 3rd place. So we're going to see a battle between Caleb and Tim right now for 3rd. And we both know, after watching these last two battles, that they are both aggressive drivers. So we're probably going to be in for some more aggressive driving. And which is what I think we all like to see. And those guys staying in it after even getting hit, kudos to you for taking those. Not to say that it's good to hit. I always find that when I'm driving here on the sim that I try to practice proximity driving and consistency without making contact. And every once in a while when we're having fun, we'll make some little taps here and there. But I really try to focus on maintaining a certain degree of proximity. I don't know if Andy does the same. Where's Tim? Did Tim leave?
Or a computer breakdown.
Not seeing him. Anders, can you fill us in with what's going on down there with Tim?
I have no idea what the hell Tim's going on. Already told him he got 50 seconds. If he's not there, he's not there.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Let me write this, dude. Get to the line. Did he? Oh, this is interesting. Did he get... Doesn't look like he's on the server anymore, is he? Or did he not know that he was going to be in a third place battle?
Yep, he's done. He got a minute from when I told him. Unless you want to do two, because he chose to finish up some Instagram messages instead of, doing his stuff. I said to him 3 times.
Okay, I want to see a third place battle here. Between
I
runs.
can give him more time if you want, but I'm just going off of what you were doing earlier.
Is he literally still posting on Instagram?
Yeah.
And not joining the server? Because if he's not doing that, then
he's still texting on Instagram right now on his stream.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry, Tim. You just gave up your third place battle for not being on point with what's going on here on track and paying attention. So, Caleb, by default, as host of this, you may take your third place run. Sorry, Tim. You should have been on the server still, and we're all here watching this competition, and unfortunately, you bowed out ahead of time when you should have been here on the server still. So, sorry, man. Let's go ahead and see Caleb's bye run for third place. Caleb. What the? What was that? Alright, did Caleb go yet?
No, I just pulled the next guys up to the line at this point.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead. No bye run needed. Let's go ahead, and we are going to move straight into the finals. Dan, let me know when you are ready with the finals overlay, and we can go ahead and...
Let's go!
Alrighty. Alright, your final two, Dylan Robbins versus Steven Hatcher. Dylan in the lead, Steven Hatcher inch. Big answer from both of those guys. Great initiation. Dylan on the line. Steven, some slight corrections, but maintaining really good proximity there on Dylan. Oh, look at that transition right on his bumper. Sacrificing a little bit of that outer zone. Dylan going into that zone, filling it nicely. There is a little bit of contact and a little bit of a wall rub, but very, very nice battle between these two finalists.
Yes.
This is what we want to see, and this is why you guys are in the finals for this competition.
Finish. There was no giving up right there. He was just surging. Dylan, you got your work cut out for you, buddy.
I think this would be interesting. You know, like I mentioned, I drive with Dylan quite often, and he's used to chasing that SC300 with that livery, which happens to be mine. And, you know, it's going to be quite funny if, you know, end results of this, but let's go ahead and send him. This could be our final run of the M.D.C. exhibition. Oh, and there's a cone hit.
Restart.
Restart.
Oh, that's nice.
Well, very happy to hear that. Whoever said that, much appreciated. Let's get this final going. All right, that's one strike for the cone hit. Let's not see any more. Go, clean start from both of them. A little bit of a gap separation, but Dylan is right there with proximity on Stephen Hatcher's door. Transitions. Sacrificing a little bit of angle to stick it.
Oh no!
What just happened?
We have to go to replay. Yep.
Looks like one's up right there. Is that what happened?
No, it's alright. I think. Let's see what happens here, but I think we.
Oh, there's a big straighten. Yeah. Dylan got a little overly aggressive.
Steven's got it.
Yeah.
Steven's got it. Yep.
Looks like Stephen Hatcher is going to get the win.
No. I think we're quite happy.
Real quick.
Let's see this again. Oh yeah, big straight right there from Dylan. There's a contact made there from that straight, and he's trying to gain on him.
Yeah,
a little bit of a dirt drop, but I think
didn't see any huge slowdowns or anything. I think Steven's got it.
No.
So yeah.
Let's go ahead and get these two. Let's go ahead and get these three drivers. We need yeah. Let's go ahead and get them to pull up on the back straight, parallel with that. Okay.
How do you want them? Sorry.
Yeah, I need to sign back onto the server too.
I've gotta say though,
Okay.
for everyone. Yeah.
Just to make sure, did Steven win?
Yes. I have to explain that as well. So even though there wasn't a hit, Steven would have won on the mirroring in the chase.
Yeah, he did a really good job. Dylan was already making some huge mistakes leading up into that outer zone, which definitely you could see between the two. So let's go ahead and get them lined up so we can... Great. What? Gotta do this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we can do that.
I'll pull him here. Let's pull him here. Let's.
What's up, Dylan?
What it is, dude?
How you doing?
Not too bad.
Good driving out there, man.
Thanks. My fucking handbrake stuck on the uphill, but
What a bummer.
good time. So it was a good time. That's all that matters.
That's unfortunate, man. I'm sorry. But
you're good.
overall, really great driving for those finals, you guys. In third place, we've got Caleb Daffini here. Big congrats to you, Caleb, on your third place battle. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see a battle for third due to somebody not being in the server as they should have been. But, rules are rules, and you were there. So congratulations on third place.
Thank you.
Big congratulations to Stephen Hatcher for, putting it in all the right places at the right time against, second place winner Dylan Robbins here. Overall, really great driving from both of you guys. So very exciting, and congratulations to all three of you guys for the first ever MetaVR Drifting Challenge. I'm hoping that you guys enjoyed yourselves, and really, really excited for how this turned out. And any words from the judges, Olaf and Andy?
Well, I want to hear Steven tell him, thanks to his mom and,
Well, yeah, I mean, I'd like to thank my mom, my little brother, my dad, my aunt, my cousins. No, I'm kidding. But no, for real, thank you guys for hosting the event. Like, this is a pretty cool concept, and hopefully it can grow more and more, and more people drive VR, more people drive with Smoke on and everything. And maybe even like with custom cars in the future. Like, I don't know, there's a lot that, like, this is only the beginning of something that could probably become a lot bigger. So I'm really interested to see where it goes. And it was fun. So
we're very happy to hear that, and we're really glad to have you guys all be a part of it. Really quickly, Caleb, Dylan, what wheels are you on? Steven, what wheels are you on? I'd like to know what setups you guys are on, just so you guys can share with the fans out there that are actually watching, or spectators that are watching this competition, just for future reference.
So I'm on or if you want to go first, you can.
I'm on the TX, the Thrustmaster TX.
Okay, and what VR?
It's the CV1, the original Oculus.
Got it. And then Caleb?
I'm on a Fanatec 2.5. I can't really buy them new anymore, but they're pretty good wheels if you can get one used. A-Logs sequential, and then I got a kind of a mishmash handbrake from a Fanatec that broke on me in a weird Chinese thing. Fanatec V3 pedals, and then my frame is homemade out of Baltic birch. And then for VR, I'm running a valve index, and I think I was the only person running a valve index.
Nice. And then Steven?
As for me, I'm using a Simagic Alpha Mini, the wheel and the base, with a Royal Simulation Technology handbrake, and my VR is the Oculus Rift S. So, yeah.
Great stuff, guys. Great stuff. It's good to give a little insight to the people that want to get into the VR comps or whatnot, that we may or may not. I think this turned out pretty well. I would hope so in time frame, and I get that maybe in the beginning, this is an exhibition trial for this competition and the style of competition. And I know, Caleb, you've actually been lighting a fire under my butt for quite some time. Hey, when are you going to start this competition?
Yes, I really wanted to do something like this for a long time, but I just never could throw anything together. So I was excited when you said you were going to be doing it, and so obviously, I just kept pushing you to do it because I think the concept's great. I think it works. It worked pretty well. I didn't even notice, streaming my view and all that. I didn't notice any FPS drops really from that, so I don't see it as an issue. A lot of people say that that's an issue, but I personally didn't have that. So
yeah, and generally speaking, I think if you are running, more than likely running a really good PC to handle the load that it does entail behind it. And thank you for lighting a fire under that, and then thank you all three and all the rest of the drivers for a great competition. I'm really excited. I'd like to thank Dan Paul for assisting and helping majorly with putting this thing together with me. We've spent some weeks trying to get this competition together, getting the overlays here and there, whatnot. Hopefully in the future, when we do try to run a competition championship, that the production will be a little bit more timeline. But I think overall it turned out pretty well. I'd also like to thank Sujigiri Ben for allowing us to use his cars for this competition, as well as Kaiju, who developed this track for DCGP, and Olaf and Drift Masters for allowing us to use this track for the competition. Guys, anything? Anders, I cannot stop forgetting about Anders. Anders, you are our.
Feels bad, man. Like,
No. I think everybody owes you a huge thanks for being down at the starting line and making sure everybody is at the line they need to be. You know.
Anders was feisty today. He was on it.
Hey man, there's a lot of things that go behind the scenes on this, and you know, it's one of those things where we are on a time crunch, and everybody else is putting in the time.
That's not a criticism. It was good. It was good.
That's great, and we need people like that in terms of like this, because in real life, it's the same way, and that's what we are trying to experience here. We're trying to get the real life immersion out of this competition, as you would, you know, in real life to the sim, and while maintaining this to be fun as well. And I hope you guys all had fun.
Yeah, no, it was a ton of fun.
Thank you for using up your Saturday to create this. I mean, it fucking takes a whole day to do this. So,
A few weeks.
yeah, for sure.
My missus has COVID in the other room, so I'm not going anywhere. So we're good. All right, guys. Well, thank you again, and congratulations to Steven on the win, Dylan for second, and Caleb in third. Again, thank you all for, you know, competing in this competition. Andy, thank you for your help in judging this competition. We'd love to have you back. You did a really great job, and same for Olaf. You know, I think it was pretty successful once we got the ball rolling.
Yeah, it was solid. Thank you.
All right, guys. Well, Dan, I think we're safe to sign off. All right, guys. Well, thank you again, and hopefully we'll see you guys in the near future.
Yeah.
All right, take care, guys.